down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. Thought too long about the mistakes. holding on to this, holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands.
Welcome into the NECC. It is semifinal Friday here for all of our teams in the League of Legends season. Fish joined by DJ. Get ready to call all of the action here in the Navigators White Division. We've got a banger of a game, DJ, here. It's Murray State Gold taking on Rio Grande. It's the 2 seed versus the 3 seed. These teams combined in the regular season had 3 total losses, DJ. This is the best of the best in the Navigators White Division as we see the bracket on our screen right here.
Yeah, it really is, Fish, and it's coming down to finally the end of the season, right? It felt like we would never get there, right? So many weeks, 9 weeks of regular season games, so many battles, but we have our last 4 teams, Alvernia and Redbird Academy, on the other side of the bracket, but we are focused here on this 2 and 3 matchup. And as we were talking about beforehand, these teams did play each other in the regular season, and it was the 2 seed Murray State, I believe, coming out on top in a 2-1 series. That's a close one, right? So if it's any indication, we should see a pretty fascinating and tight matchup once again here now that all the cards are on the table in the playoffs.
And curious for Rio Grande, as you mentioned, that series kind of maybe was a turning point. After that loss, they were 2-2. They ended up winning their last 4 games in a row to get to 6-2. So maybe they figured something out. I'm excited to see how game 1 goes between these two teams. But of course, I think you got to favor the team that won the regular season. I know, DJ, we were talking before the cast started. If you just look at the stats on paper, if you haven't seen these teams, it leans a little bit in Rio Grande's favor, but I think we have to favor the team, even though it was a 3-game series, that won in the regular season, because clearly Murray State has something that they know can beat Rio Grande when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I think that would be the early favor. Of course, a couple of patches have passed, Fish, and of course, we know in Navigators White that your favored picks, right, your best picks, usually kind of the biggest things that do account for a lot of wins. Comfort is kind of king, as a lot of our co-casters like to say. I am maybe a little less on that train than others, but it is, of course, still a very big thing. And so now we are on this new patch, or new-ish patch in 12.7. We're a couple patches away from that last time they played. We could see something different, but I am with you. I would start by leaning in favor of the 2 seed, but I personally think this one will be extremely close all night long.
And the other thing, speaking of the advantage Murray State had as the 2 seed, they will get side choice for game number 1 as the higher seed. And the other thing is, they potentially have some extra scouting, DJ. They got the bye, as we saw in the bracket. Rio Grande did not, so maybe they will get some, snape on the OPGG, see what they're playing in that series against Mount Union. As we take a look at the roster here for our 2 seeds, 7-1, Murray State Gold coming in, Potato, Applebee's, Sean the Sentinel, Cheesy Cheese Puffs, and Rack Attack. A very young lineup there, a lot of freshmen and a lot of sophomores, DJ. So curious to see if maybe the nerves will get to them.
Yeah, it is kind of potentially one of the first playoff series, right? It is spring of the freshman year for a lot of these players. It can be something to affect them. We are, of course, playing remote, right? So it is a similar environment. This isn't exactly a stage game, but there is some added pressure. There always is, Fish, and I love to see when freshmen can step up. On the other side, Rio Grande here, we see Plop, we see Bianc, see Odoma, ASAP, BP, and Osamogo in that bottom lane. And they're pretty young as well. Just that junior holding it down in the mid lane. So it is a battle of youth to see who is going to handle that playoff pressure just a little bit better.
Yeah, curious to see maybe Odoma, as you said, the only upperclassman in the entire lineup for both these teams, maybe able to help his team out. Going to be very interesting to see. We are waiting to hop into draft for game number 1. I'm excited to see it. And as I say it, it's like I just summoned it to us, DJ, here. It looks like draft is ready to go. And I believe Murray State did pick blue side. Anything you're looking for in particular from these teams? Maybe even just a power pick in the meta you want to see locked down early on?
Oh, hard to say. Again, if I am talking power picks on 12-7, we did just have Zeri nerfed as kind of the big power pick. It's like the 8th consecutive nerf for that champion because, of course, there's just way too much in the champion's kit. But that would have been a B1 power pick if you were comfortable with it. That one's kind of maybe a little bit off the table now with some of the changes. But again, I think it much more comes down to what you are looking for from the team perspective, right? Who is comfortable on what champion? What do you play best around as a team when you are picking this champion? That, I think, is kind of the big thing. I'm not quite looking for kind of pro-style picks here in this draft.
Yeah, and looking at the teams, it doesn't look like there's a player. I know sometimes in the collegiate level, DJ, we see a lot of one-trick players, which is great for the ladder. And then as soon as you get into any sort of coordinated effort, that's like, you might look like, wait, why did they just ban Fizz? And some dude has like 800 games played on Fizz. But it didn't look like that was the case as we do hop in. Looks like Pro Draft already done, so we'll do it in the normal order. So this wasn't how it was done. It was not a B1 Darius, as exciting as that would have been. But I do think that Darius in the top lane is going to be a very interesting matchup. If Udama can outrange him on the Jace, Applebee's is not going to have a fun time. There will be no 2 for 20 deals going on up in that top lane.
Absolutely not. This is Applebee's on like a random Wednesday night when there's like 2 people sitting at the center bar because it's like margarita night, but they're the only 2 desperate enough to go get those margaritas, Fish. It's a bad matchup. It's a really bad matchup. Even though Jace was nerfed on 12-7, right? He's easier to kill with his base armor going down. You get a couple of health growth changes that are better for the late game, but your Jace, you don't really care about the late game. You care about the early to mid game. Either way, this is still a really, really bad matchup for Darius. It's really hard to play this lane. And if Odoma does play it correctly, he should get himself a very, very large lead. As we see, kind of these other picks coming in the jungle and mid lane. You're seeing a bit of a theme start to develop as this Ashe will get picked up for Rio Grande, which is kind of the big theme that I will talk about. There's a lot of lockdown on this team, right? We've got Ashe, we've got Vi, we've got the Charm. Sven affectionately referred to this kind of composition a couple years back as the Bronze Zodiac composition. Ton of engage, a ton of lockdown. If you're looking at that comp fish, there's not a lot of consistent damage.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. And I think anytime you see an Ashe picked, that's almost the first thing that you go to is, okay, you have lockdown. You basically, in my opinion, Ashe is a great support carry, right? She's never going to do a ton of damage, but you hit someone with a crystalline arrow, that person is good as dead unless they have a Quicksilver Sash. So I'm totally with you there, DJ. There's a lot of lockdown. I'm assuming Udama, if he gets ahead, we already kind of highlighted that top lane matchup. If he's able to chip down the side of Murray State with some Shock Blast, maybe then you go in with the Ashe arrow. Maybe you land a charm there as well. And you're looking for Murray State. To me, they kind of feel like the exact opposite, right? You're looking for Applebee's or Potato to get a massive reset, either with the Darius or the Vex ult, and just be able to kind of chain hop around and CC the enemy team if it is the Vex. So it's kind of all-out engage versus all-out damage here in game number 1.
Yeah, a little bit, right? There's a lot of damage over on the left-hand side. There's kind of the setup and lockdown from the Lilia is what you're really looking for. Rack Attack playing a champ that we don't see a lot, right? The coordination is pretty high. I think it's still a pretty strong champ. It's about to get buffed on 12.8. It's a minor buff, but it is still a kind of a trend for Lilia. She's been kind of out of, low to even kind of high tier meta for a long time because of the way you need to play around her. Clearly going to be comfortable with that if he's picking that up. He did pick it up B1, so that was clearly their comfort. And they need that setup for the rest of this comp to go off. As you mentioned, we got those resets that need to happen for the solo laners. And I like the Ezreal pick at the back end of things for this for Sentinel here, because it does allow you to clean up fights if some of those resets don't go to favor. One last nice little shout out here. We'll get a nice little farewell kind of tour here for support Swain. Is he's going to get changed in 12.8 and probably will not be able to be a support anymore.
Hey, I love the farewell tour. I thought, as someone who loved Swain, especially the OG Swain, which is how whack and jack the animations were, I love to see that he has some viability. So I'm curious to see, because, it's a very aggressive support with an Ezreal who's more of a passive laner. I'm curious to see what Cheesy Cheese Puffs was thinking with that. And the one thing is we get the summoner spells on the screen that's interesting to me is, Darius can never run teleport. He's got to go flash ghost. That's always going to be a disadvantage. But Rio Grande kind of threw it back with the Ahri not bringing teleport, bringing ignite. So not only going for a kill lane, but now there's only one solo laner on each team that can teleport into fights. That's something that I think Rio Grande, 2 teleports, you could have immediately had a 5v4 anytime an objective came out.
Yeah, it's very true. You could have looked for that kind of double TP, but I think it's fine for Jace to just have the teleport, right? Ahri can look for kill pressure on this Vex. You do want her trying to exert that pressure, and it's not really a lane in which she's going to be threatened, right? If you're playing appropriately, you should be able to dodge almost all of the Vex skill shots in lane. As Ahri, you can kind of fight the wave off. You should be able to sidestep most of the spells from range, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue where I think you would need TP in lane. And it's not like a flank TP from Ahri. It's the strongest one in the game. So I think the positioning available for Jace is just fine. And I do think the Ignite is perfectly reasonable here in the mid lane for the matchup that is shown. Again, when you have all this lockdown as well, a little bit of extra damage, be not going to hurt the composition who will need it if they are not vastly ahead as this game progresses.
It's interesting to see that Ashe brought the cleanse as well, because you'd think that Murray State would be the one looking for cleanse with all the CC. The fact that Rio Grande's Ashe brought it, when there's limited CC options outside of the Lilia, I know the Vex has it as well, but that's if you get hit by the skill shot, so I'm curious to see what effort that will play. But I think anytime you have a Darius, DJ, I think the biggest question is going to be, does Appleby know how to split push, and does Murray State know how to play in a 4v5? Because if you know how to play in a 4v5, Darius can just be split pushing a lane. You can get a ton of pressure, but if your Darius has to start roaming down, he's not getting to the wave, he's not in a fight in time, you could just lose every fight. So I'm very curious if this team for Murray State, you would assume so as a 2 seed, how much practice they have with a 4v5 and a non-TP top laner.
Yeah, I think even without TP, you can join fights, and I do expect that, as kind of second dragon, third dragon comes up, you'll need to join the fight as Appleby, right? It's not quite a Yorick, it's not quite a Graves. Like, you have a reset, right? You are a very good team fighter with Darius if you are playing it correctly. So I do think we'll see Appleby kind of joining team fights as the game goes on. The question is what the state is when they are doing so. Are they doing so from behind? Are they defending dragons? Because if I look at these lanes, in general, top lane, as we mentioned, already going to be highly prioritized for Rio Grande. I think the same can be said for mid lane at kind of the level 4 to 6 mark, right? When Ari gets a couple points in the DQ, can start clearing the wave early on, should be Potato. And then in that bot lane, it really kind of depends. I think the Ashe can push, but it really depends on if you are hitting your E's on Swain. If you're not, you can get shoved in. If you are, all of a sudden you're a threat and you have to be respected. So that one, a bit more of a coin flip, which means that Rio Grande could be stacking up Drakes here with their jungler early on.
And I'm curious, I think, as you mentioned, the lanes probably should go in the favor of Rio Grande. I'm curious where Plop is going to go on this Vi. Is it going to be top lane to just put Udama so far ahead that Darius is basically irrelevant by the time you, as you mentioned, that second or third dragon come up? Is it going to be put Ari ahead? Or maybe it's trying to even go down to that bot lane, force a flash from the Ezreal, use that ult as the gap closer. I'm very curious, but we're going to hop in to game number 1, our semifinal here in the Navigators White Division. Murray State, the 2 seed, Rio Grande, the 3 seed. Here we go, DJ. We'll see if anybody wants to have some fun. But in game 1, I feel like we're just going to hold the line in the sand. We'll go 5 wide across the river, and we'll just wait things out till the buff spawn.
Yeah, except for Bianc coming out a little slow here, taking his time to get out on the rift. He will join his teammates in a moment. But yeah, just going to play this one safe, and I already see that we will have Rack Attack pathing towards that top lane fish. Question is still where to see Plop will go. I would imagine Plop does want to kind of make sure that Udama can exert pressure on this lane. You don't even need to gank the lane, you just need to shadow it. And if I'm Plop, I just want to get to level 6 because you can't really, in my opinion, gank bot lane pre-level 6 without the lockdown onto the Ezreal. Ganking mid is probably his only real option because I don't think you need to gank top. You just need to be there if the wave's in a weird state or if you think that Rack Attack is looking for a gank on the side of, on the side here of Rack Attack and Applebee's.
And it feels like both these junglers, DJ, probably would prefer just a quick farm game. Both of them get to level 6. They both get insanely huge ganking power spikes when they hit level 6. So I would not be shocked if Rack Attack and Plop basically just say, look, you take your jungle, I'll take my jungle. Maybe we'll meet up in top or mid lane to scare each other off. But they both would have hit level 6s. We do get some early trades here from Potato. Nice trigger there of the electrocute. Gonna put Osomogo just a little bit low, but with that ignite, I think that's still gonna favor the Ahri in case they do end up have a full-out brawl.
I mean, it's definitely going to favor the Ahri. Osomogo has started the corrupting pot here. We have only the 2 pots from Potato, so definitely favors Osomogo in the long run here. Any sort of even or slightly advantageous trade will just have more sustain in this lane than the backs.
Mogo's already chugged through 2 of those. Death Sentence from Jiang barely misses. That ASAP able to hit him with a nice volley there. The poke damage going to be huge. And surprisingly, I'm shocked Applebee's is still full life. I expected him to get bullied the entire time up in the top lane. I know it's only level 2 DJ, but I think that's a good sign for Murray State that this Darius is at least staying up with the Jace in terms of HP. CS, a different story, but it's still early.
Just staying topped off on HP, trying to dodge their shock blast, but as you mentioned, the CS really kind of the key thing. It's not the worst thing at level 1, right? But we should see this CS number continue to pop up here. You can see it's a big wave that Applebee's is going to have to farm. It's not going to be the easiest thing as Udama will be pressuring him. You should know Rack Attack's top side, but meanwhile,
Plop's coming in here. Nice flash from Potato. Osomogo gonna flash forward too, misses the charm. Now Potato can turn this as Osomogo has no summoners. Barely able to dodge out of the way. Now Junk's coming up here as well. Potato didn't even see Junk rotate up. The Death Sentence able to land. Here comes Vi as well. The flash play. Gonna secure first blood for Rio Grande.
That's really nicely done by Bianc on the roam. You can see the timer working out very well. We mentioned that bot lane could be a coin flip. You saw the level 2 come in for ASAP and Bianc early. They got the push in. Bianc uses that timer to follow up on a little bit of an error from Osomogo, not quite following up on the initial engage, and he makes it worthwhile. Gets a little bit of an assist for the extra roam as well. Beautiful start for the Rio Grande bot lane.
Rio Grande's had already backed. That doesn't allow Junk to be able to roam up. It's an early call for the Ashe on that side. So we'll be down a level here, but against an Ezreal, I don't think you have to worry too much, DJ, about kill pressure. So ASAP probably just wanting to farm things out here, and Again, both junglers, they kind of showed their heads. Rack Attack was a little bit later. They both pick up a River Scuttle, and I think, again, the grind to level 6 is going to be what we got to keep our eyes on here. As Cheesy Cheese Puffs does get a good bit of damage out on the Ashe, but nothing too crazy.
And that kill was very important for Plop, because one thing that always has to be mentioned, Lilia clears camps really quickly. A lot quicker than Vi does for sure. So you can already see that number stacking up just a little bit, should be about to get onto the next camp. So having that extra kill and experience in the back pocket of Plop, just going to keep him even going into this kind of level 6 mark when both of those ultimates do turn online. And again, Rio Grande should be feeling very, very good. They even still have a flashless mid laner. So if this 6 is ticked before the flash comes up on Potato, he is a really easy target.
Junk gonna push forward, Lantern gonna go down, Flay's gonna land on the Cheese Puff, flashes away, flash test sentence from Junk. This should be a free kill for the bot lane of Rio Grande, and they'll pick it up ASAP, putting one in the pocket, and it's now a 2-0 lead for the 3 seed.
That's just so well played by Bianc. He just sees the E come out, on the Death's Grasp, walks forward, doesn't care about the damage. He knows what he can tank at this point. He knows how strong the lane is, gets all the CC down, follows the flash perfectly. That is just gorgeous support play, and ASAP and Plop already benefiting here for Rio from the great play from Bianc in these early levels.
Sentinel now going to have to try and defend. Rack Attack, you saw at the top of your screen, is roaming down, just picking up some jungle camps, but would be there if a dive did potentially come out. We do have an Infernal Dragon on the board. Rio Grande probably trying to get bot lane priority, pick up that first powerful dragon. Won't be an Infernal Soul, but having a first dragon Infernal always feels nice for your lane. Makes those trades lean in your favor just a little bit more.
Will go in their favor. You can see, speaking of trading here, right, it's gone very well so far in the early laning, as we mentioned it would for Udama. He's actually going to stick around here, get a little bit of extra damage down. CS number is stacking up in the early game for Rio in general, going very well. 3v3 now in the bottom lane. Will be turned around for just the flash. But again, these flashes continue to go down. Look at Potatoes, still's got a quarter of that cooldown left. Now, Sean the Sentinel doesn't have a flash. And guess what? Plop is level 5, about to tick 6 here, Fish.
I'm surprised they forced the back from the Ezreal. They forced the back from Rack Attack. I mean, that felt like a free dragon for Rio Grande, but instead, Plop just goes back to jungling, as you pointed out, DJ, probably trying to hit level 6, but that felt like what should have been a free first dragon. Kind of just left there for Rio Grande. It's going to allow Rack Attack to get back to the jungle, maybe move over to that red buff. You see, Plop does walk over a ward, unfortunately, so he will get spotted out. This time, Potato walk back to the tower, does not want to have a second death. That flash cooldown, as you mentioned, DJ, after you've been tracking, still down. So if Cease and Desist comes up in time, that could be a free kill.
I'm still going to need a couple camps. Whole bot side is here. This full clear should take the 6s for the junglers. Rack Attack's right with them, so a couple more camps for each should take that level 6. It's looking like Rack will get his first, so we'll see if he can make the first real play of the game for Murray State in this one, Fish. So far, it has just been duds. He's not 6, and this is not going to work out.
Yeah, but Yonk's here as well. Charm is going to land on a Rack Attack. The Flay lands as well. Should be a kill picked up, and Plop will do just that. Potato under the tower. Still no level 6 on this Vi, however, so a die is just not going to be possible. But they'll really take that kill, and I saw Yonk's roams have been perfect so far.
Yeah, Bianc on another very nice timer. You can see ASAP, BSAP doing just fine in the bottom lane. He's got plenty of range and wave clearing. I don't even know if Bianc was needed on that one. That was just a bridge too far, straight up Fish from Rack Attack. If you don't have a level 6, how are you going to lock down an Ahri that has Spirit Rush? The answer is you are not. It goes way too far, gets charmed up, and it's an easy cleanup for Rio.
Probably relying on the Shadow Surge if I had to guess. Now the Infernal Dragon will be picked up. Not really even a contest from the side of Murray State. So far, I don't know if you'd call it an upset, but it is the lower seeded team. As finally Applebee's does get some damage, gonna get knocked away. The acceleration gate will come through. No shock blast to follow for Udama, but the CS tells the story in that lane. It's just as we expected, DJ. The Jace is slowly gonna get ahead. Speaking of getting ahead, Flop is here. He's unfortunately standing on a ward, however. That should be enough for Cheesy Cheese Puffs and Sentinel to realize they need to retreat.
Cheese Puffs and Sentinel, they can avoid this one for now. Not been the greatest laning phase. You can see down 20 CS is Sean the Sentinel, and that is with Bianc on all of these roam timers that we've been talking about, Fish, right? So he's been out of the lane, has been unmatched by Cheesy Cheese Puff. And yet, they are down CS, they are down EXP. ASAP has played this lane super well, and that has just benefited Rio across the map. Already near 2K gold lead here at 9 minutes 30 seconds, and we're not even into kind of the mid-game spikes for these champions that we'll see when Jace hits 2, right? Those spikes are really where the big power is for Rio, and they already have themselves a good lead to work with.
And you can kind of see why Bianca has been roaming mid so often, because despite the kill, despite the immense amount of pressure, Potato is basically dominating in farm as much as the other lanes are. As we do get a hook in here. Plop is coming around, gonna blast cone over the wall. Meanwhile, I got action in top lane as well. Applebee's on a ward, quickly realizes death is imminent. The teleport is coming out for Potato, but it's just way too late. And that's just a lost teleport for the side of Murray State.
Oh yeah, that is really damaging. And again, it's another roam from Bianca. They just leave ASAP on an island. He's just fine down here. And as you mentioned, Potato, kind of the one lane that's doing well in terms of CS against Osamogo. Well, now his TP's gone. He didn't have unleashed TP. He could only go to the turret. And that is just time wasted here as he has to walk back to his mid lane turret to get Osamogo back. ASAP though, okay, he's all right.
Yonk is there as well if they want. Remember, no heal on the Ashe, so a re-engage might be a bit tricky. Crystalline Arrow is going to split the uprights. The Death Sentence is right on, though. Blake's going to land True Shot Barrage, misses. ASAP has to flash away. Yonk has to be careful. Box does go down, and this should be a disengage. Here comes the roam from Osamogo, though. Can they get in range in time? But they were scattered out by Potato, so both sides will retreat, and finally, Murray State's bot lane shows some life.
Man, Bianca's really feeling himself, and I know he's pretty strong at this point, right? He's literally 100% KP at this point, so he has good items. But that was definitely a bridge too far with ASAP as low as he was, and oh boy, Potato. No, Potato, no!
Into the flash, cease and desist. This should be a free kill, and it is. Didn't even move that entire time, TJ.
Yes, correct. That is the power of Vi, everybody, right? You pick one target if they're alone. Probably gonna die. The CC into the follow-up CC is just way too easy to execute. That is why call it this. You know, it's playfully said by Sven when he says Bronzodia, but having hard CC and engage like that is really, really powerful. When teams are a little less coordinated than they are at the Diamond Plus kind of levels, and you can see exactly why right there. Just like all of our solo queue games, right? You get CC down, you get locked up, you die without ever being able to press a button, and then you tilt. It's the perfect formula.
I will say, Murray State did make a good play while they were losing their mid laner. Rack Attack and Applebee's did roam over to the Rift Herald. They did pick that up. So at least it hasn't been all plop in the jungle. Could you imagine if Rio Grande had gotten the Rift Herald on top of everything else? But the thing here is, DJ, that only matters if Rack Attack gets plates. I don't care if Herald goes down after the 14-minute mark. That is 160 gold your team desperately needs right now. Can he put it down in a viable spot as Applebee's does a bit of damage? Udama taking some tower shots, but no way to engage, no ghost, no flash.
Nothing quite doing there. Udama still plenty safe with the flash and TP still available. Gonna finish this Eclipse pretty soon. And an itemization choice that I already like here, Fish. Flop headed for this Umbral Glaive that was just buffed. It's now at 1,800, or what is it? Yeah, it's like 1,300 gold or something. It's super cheap. Hold on here, Applebee's. He's gonna be okay. But already completing an item, and think about the spike that is right now, where no one on the side of Murray State has a mythic item. That is going to be doing so much damage, clearing so much vision at this point in the game. I love the early itemization choice from Flop, already getting with it on the new patch.
I think Murray State has to be careful. There's the arrow. Huge stun is going to land. Death Sentence Charm. Should be a free kill. Potato able to flash away. Double lifting lullaby is going to land. Osamogo has to flash out of the way, but does pick up one Sentinel. Gonna go chasing Cheesy Cheese Puffs, looking for Bianca under tower. Not able to find anything. Does get ripped in, and Plop will pick up the kill. Cease and desist gonna go down as well. Sentinel should just be dead here. Flashes out of range, but will go down regardless. And they thought they had a play. They almost get turned on. Rio Grande comes out on top once again.
Dude, I mean, Rio and Bronk in particular, Fish, they're just absolutely smurfing right now. Like, it's just it's so disgusting. They win that out with less numbers using just ASAP's arrow and then the late arrival of Flop. And I mentioned that Umbral Glaive was going to be doing a lot of work. Well, he absolutely deleted Potato to start that one, then got the follow-up kill, and it's all again off of the setup, off of the beautiful support play from Yonk, just weaving in hooks and flays throughout that fight. And this win streak of theirs since the loss to Murray State does not look like a lie at this point, Fish. They look raring and ready to go. They are absolutely decimating this early game. A 5K gold lead already at 14.5.
Pick up the Mountain Dragon. It's going to be an Ocean Soul, which is going to make it even harder if Murray State cannot pick up a couple of dragons here over the next 15 minutes for them to come back. But I will say, you kind of saw the counter that Murray State has, right? It was a great Ash Arrow. Rotato looked dead to rights. You see Bionk's going to go in. Ash Arrow is going to land despite the Essence chipped away. Death Sentence will come play as well. And Sentinel is going to go down. Can they pick up a kill onto Cheesy? Cheese Puff is going to be the question. I think the tower and the minions will deny it. Here comes Plop. Actually going to have a battle of the junglers, potentially.
There's
Nice
only
root.
one winner in this battle of the junglers. Do not ult Rack Attack.
Oh, there is the cease and desist on the Rack Attack. Nice block there. Assault Battery going to pick up the kill. Cheesy Cheese Puff's trying to walk away. Plop just needs a cooldown. There it is. ASAP picks up the kill. Now Potato might have roamed down too far, caught in the Everfrost. And Osamogo should just be able to pick up the kill. Runs out of Spirit Rush charges, and ASAP will say, don't worry, I've got you. True Shot Barrage. This kind of scares Plop, and it's 12-0 for Rio Grande.
Yeah, man, it's about that time for me to cast or curse the potential perfect game that is on the table here, right? Just the Rift Herald has gone over to Murray State. Literally nothing else. And again, it's just such great play. Another hook gonna land.
Sentinel.
Just give this guy the player of the game, Fish.
There's the heal, but it's not going to matter. Yeah, I mean, Bionk's the MVP right now. There's no one who can dispute that. I mean, yeah, Plop's numbers look cool, but I mean, Bionk, I think he's probably upset he doesn't have 100% KP right now, DJ. Because my goodness, he's done everything.
Yeah, he's done absolutely everything. He's been in every lane. He's roamed to every single play. He's played every, small skirmish to team fight just brilliantly. And his teammates have taken what he has given them and rolled with it, right? Shogo getting these kind of picks at the end of that fight. Plop being everywhere, getting this early powerful item to accelerate the snowball. It's all worked perfectly for Rio. But again, it all started with that level 2 roam off of the bot lane push from Bionk. He has been the facilitator for almost everything they've done.
Facilitating, Rack Attack trying to make a play. They're down multiple levels here. You see that Shock Blast nearly put Rack Attack at about 40% just for one ability. Swirl Seed not going to find anything. And my biggest concern for Murray State right now, DJ, is you have the Dark Harvest on Rack Attack. You have it on Swain as well, and those are totally standard runes. I would be shocked if they're above 5 combined right now.
I am right with you. I think they might have right around there combined. It's rough when you don't have a kill yet. You kind of need those health bars to be low, but it's just been... Oh, no. I don't. Oh, so
No
why?
flash,
Why
no
you gotta be
heal.
like this?
There's the Spirit Rush. Charm's going to land as well. Everfrost for good measure. One more Spirit Rush to take it home. And Osamogo 2-0-5. Here comes a Swirl Seed, and it missed. Even the Swirl Seed from downtown, DJ, goes right and beyond.
Yeah, the man can do no wrong. I don't even know if you want that Swirl Seed to land. Because the ult, I think you're probably baiting yourself. Flop could definitely leave the Rift Herald and show up and win the fight. It's just so hard for Murray State to do anything right now because you look at a champion like Ezreal that's known for the 2-item power spike, right? But you look at these champs for Rio and what they've drafted. They're all just online right now. I mean, Flop has 2 items. Otima's reaching the 2-item spike, and this is when all these champions are strong, particularly when Flop is building this lethality. Like, this is your moment right now at 2 items. So you look across the board, it's Mythics only. If even that, which Appleby does not have.
We're going in. There's the Chilling Smite. There is the Lullaby, but it's not going to matter. Beyond dueling Appleby, and Thresh is winning the 1v1 versus a Darius. That's it. That's the only thing you need to see from this game, DJ, to know exactly how game 1 has gone.
Yep. I wish we had a replay because I don't know if Appleby took damage before that. I feel like he would have had to he is the same level, I think, as Byung. But yeah, I mean, this. I was just saying it, Fish, right? Like, they try to make a play. It feels terrible because you can't be making plays right now. You're so far down in gold, in itemization, right at the moment when Rio's itemization is like at its most powerful, right? If we go like 5 items in this game, there are champions like Lily and Vex that I think are stronger than the champions on the right side. But right now, with the items they have, you just can't make proactive plays. They try to do it anyway, and they get punished predictably.
We'll see, it's going to land. Rack Attack is just going to get gunned down by Udama. Applebee's on the chase. Ghost has been popped. Oh, what a dodge from Udama. Unfortunately, going to get hamstrung there. Made a fantastic play. Flash from Applebee's. Can he get it range for the Noxious Guillotine? True shot barrage, but it's the Noxious Guillotine that gets in range.
No perfect game.
You know any ankle doctors by chance, DJ? I think Applebee's and the rest of the squad might need one.
Oh, that was close, man. I was real scared for a second there, Fish. There's no feasible reality where Udama should have gotten out of that one with his life intact. Like, he could have taken the 1v1 and been happy. They obviously were just trying to stop the perfect game, and I was like, there's no way. He can't get away. This cannot be a thing. If he'd gotten away there, I feel like the mental would have just been full busted, like right here in game 1.
That's huge for this series, and I always like to talk about, DJ, the team that loses game 1 in the playoffs, how do they respond? And usually when game 1's close, it's easy to rally the forces, but man, you look at this game, as you said, nearly 20 minutes of perfect play from Rio Grande. Beyond's going to go in, Crystalline Arrow, it is going to hit. Here comes the Cavalry. ASAP picks up 1, and they'll walk away with just a Lillian.
I mean, that should just be Varens. They can just walk over and force us if they want to. I think they are, Fish. I mean, it is early. It's 2042, but again, we've talked about the item discrepancy, the power of these champions. They can easily take this Baron, and Murray State dares to walk in and fight them. How? How would you possibly win that fight? You're literally an item down in nearly every position. This is a free Baron. They're going to take this one down. They got plenty of time to get ready for the Ocean Drake in 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and this one's becoming a scrim, Fish. It's been a scrim for a little bit, and Rio, they are looking to take revenge.
All right, hear me out, DJ. All of the monitors go out for Rio Grande, and Applebee's gets 5 resets. That's how they can win, right?
700, 1400, 1700 gold for the squad. I think it takes a little more than that, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you look at
it needs to happen. It needs to happen twice. Yeah, I really do think it needs to happen. I think happening once puts you on like, okay, we can fight at pretty much any juncture now, but you're still behind. Twice would be what it takes.
And this is a debate I had, I think, in the winter playoffs for the NECC, where one of the games kind of got lopsided, and I'd love to get your opinion, DJ. If you're Rio Grande, do you just go for the finish right now? You have Baron, you could probably play a little sloppy, you have Rift Herald, you could just kite this thing down, or do you play slow, you get Soul, and you just choke the life out of Murray State and make this like a 35-3 game? What do you do?
So if I'm Rio right now looking just at the map state and I'm kind of in charge of comms or playmaking, I'm doing exactly what they're doing now, pushing down mid, but you haven't opened the base yet with this first Baron push, and because it came so early, you're probably not going to. My call would be we make sure we set up, we take the Ocean Soul, we guarantee our victory. We're probably looking at second Baron as the win condition, but they're setting up for that win condition brilliantly. They're taking down all the outer structures, they're grouping up together. This is exactly what I would want to see.
Death sentence on the Sentinel. He is just dead. Rack Attack's gonna go in. Can't even get the lifting lullaby off. Cheesy Cheese Puffs has to flash away.
Wait,
One
Cheesy,
more person gets in range. Osaboko picks it up. Can they at least get the quad? No, they cannot. Plop will steal it.
You can end now, Fish. You can end now. You can skip steps now. It's fine.
Skip steps 1 through 5. Just win the game if you are Rio Grande. Maybe you go for the Ocean Dragon because then you never take damage in a fight, but that's about it.
24 seconds on Potato. You got plenty of time here. At least the Nexus turret dies here.
50 seconds on the Baron. Applebee's, maybe your best chance for the resets here. True Shot Barrage is going to go out. ASAP is dropping low.
It was a 4-man True Shot Barrage.
No one's going to stop Udama on the top lane, so he'll just take a free inhibitor for good measure. And Now we'll set up for Ocean. Oh no, Udama, you can't die
we're gonna get
again.
killed, yeah.
Lilting
Oh, wait, he
Lullaby's
flashed.
gonna go off. He flashes away. Rack Attack is there. Knocks it away. Sean the Sentinel's gonna get in range here as well. He is dead. So Udama will somehow in a 23-2 game have a negative KD. 23 minutes in.
You had to do him dirty like that, Fish. That's cruel, dude.
Look, I mean, we've been praising Rio Grande so much. I feel like we had to say something to knock him down, right, DJ? I mean, this game has been all them. It's been insane.
It really has. I mean, the top lane's just been sitting on an island here. I mean, you can see both these players are 1 and 2 essentially, so they've only been a part of 3 kills out of all of the kills that have happened. In that sense, you know, I think Uno was probably doing just fine, but you know, Fish, I'll leave you to be the bad cop here.
I'll really channel the bad cop role. At least Udama can remind his team he didn't die solo to a support, like his fellow top laner did.
What happened on this Friday, Fish? What happened to make you wake up and just choose this violence right now?
I'm just inspired by Rio Grande choosing violence.
I
gotta
know
be
Lent
honest.
just
DJ.
ended. Are we like taking revenge for all the fish that were killed on the last like 6 Fridays or something?
Yes,
Like what's
yes,
going on here?
I need vengeance for my fellow fish. Look, you know, I like to say my casting's inspired by the games, and when I see a 23-2, I choose violence, just like Rio Grande has chosen violence against everyone on Murray State.
They really have here, Fish. They really have. It is. It's been a brutally efficient showing from Rio Grande. And I appreciate that you kind of said it in the pre-show that this team has been on a win streak since they lost to Murray State, and it clearly looks like they took that loss personally, because they've come to play in this game number 1, and there's a lot of questions that need to be answered here for the 1 seed Murray State, who are again on their side of the rift. They picked blue side, and it has not gone well.
See Osamogo doing doing a ton of damage on that bottom side to the Ezreal. The rest of the team looking to just straight jam down the mid lane. And I will say, not that you can't avoid picking up Soul, DJ, but picking up Soul does enable, basically, I would say, the only win con, and it's a tough one at that, don't get me wrong. Elder Dragon for Murray State, if they can live that long, is probably the only way they get in the game, right?
They're not living that long. I will quash this right now.
I was trying to bring back the positivity, and you just squashed every single bit
I'll
of it.
squash that one, dude. This game is not lasting another 4 minutes.
Triple inhibitor here for Rio Grande, the 3 seed, 23-2 in game number 1 of the Navigators White semifinals, and it looks like this is just a foregone conclusion, as DJ alluded to. It really will be, how sloppy do they want this final push to be? Will they play it safe and smart? And that seems to be exactly what they want to do. They'll just slowly chalk him down. Crystalline Arrow is going to go in to just be the moment. They're going to jump right onto Cheesy Chief's puff there. Bob has to flash away, but Osamogo going to pick up the first one. Shadow Surge going to get the fear. That's all Protato's going to have going for him now. Applebee's maybe looking for the reset, looking for a 2 for 20 bargain menu somewhere. But we're going to Chili's tonight, DJ. It's Rio Grande looking for the ace. They get it, and they get game 1 in dominant fashion.
How much more that needs to be said? This is a tried and true, a classic 5-letter word. You can throw this on your next Wordle, because that was a stomp, Fish. That was a big-time stomp.
I mean, you just have to assume that maybe Murray State was just coming in, I don't want to say cold, but they did have the bye. Of course, they were played last week. Maybe they had a little bit of confidence. It's hard to say. And really, DJ, the biggest question I have before we go to break for you is, I mean, what do you change if you're Murray State? Sometimes when you lose, okay, just don't let person X get champion Y. You don't have enough bans for that, I think.
What do I change if I am Murray State? Yeah, definitely not a draft issue here. The biggest thing that I would say to Murray State is I don't know how much time we have in the break, but if you can take a 10-minute nap, wake up and pretend that the day just started and this game never happened, that is probably your best bet.
Well, there you go. We'll see if we can extend the break for Murray State. Let them get a fresh reset. But it was all Rio Grande in game number 1. We'll take a break here. Can they stomp their way to the finals next week? Or does Murray State, the 2 seed, have something in it? We'll find out in game number 2 right after this.
wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So I'll wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me from more than just night.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces. There's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome back into the NECC here. It is semifinal Friday. Fish and DJ, Navigators White Division, Rio Grande looking to go to the grand finals next week. Murray State Gold trying to find something. You'll notice we gave them a 10-minute break, DJ. We will see if they're able. Oh, why we got to do them like this? If you miss game one, DJ, try and salvage this if you're a Murray State fan, I guess, because that's a lot of zeros.
John Morant went to your college. That's pretty cool.
There we go.
League of Legends wise, there's nothing to salvage from this game. Darius did 3.8k damage.
Threshed out-damaged the mid laner.
He did. He out-damaged both the soul laners. He nearly out-damaged the soul laners combined.
He nearly beat the jungler as well. I mean, again, Rio Grande absolutely dominated. Hopefully Murray State can turn things around. They are the 2 seed here, so they Again, as we talked about, DJ probably came in as very slight favorites. They even beat Rio Grande in the regular season. But as we talked about, Rio Grande went on to win their last 4 games after that loss. And now they're looking to make it what would be 6 in a row. They beat Mount Union as well in the quarterfinals last week, so it could be potentially 6 straight for Rio Grande. All 2-0s, by the way. Something happened in that Murray State series. We did not get a chance to see it back in week 4. That lit a fire under Rio Grande. They have not dropped a map since, and look, I know it was only 1 game. A lot can change based on the draft. Maybe just somebody stumbled in a little late for Murray State, but they're potentially looking at 10 straight maps in a row for Rio Grande on their way to the grand finals. This might be the hottest team in Navigators Way.
Yeah, no kidding. And it certainly looked like it in that game number 1. Of course, the stats showing that to us as well. We just got to see one more game from Rio Grande to push themselves to that finals, if they can do it. Of course, we do know that Murray State did switch over to the red side. So while they did pick blue to start the series, I think they recognize that one went bad enough that we just need to shake things up a little bit, Fish. So I like that they've shifted over to red, and now they need to take advantage of those counter picks and see if they can find some better matchups in the early game.
I'm curious what the bans will look like. I know we talked and joked and kind of truthfully as well that it was not a draft problem for Murray State. I don't think it was a bad draft at all, but I'm curious if you see something potentially like the Ari, like the Thresh, because I thought Bianca was phenomenal. I personally think the Thresh would be taken off the table. We talked about it in the break, though. DJ can obviously just swap over to the Nautilus, which is something he plays just as well. But I'm curious if we'll get any of those respect bans, or if it'll be Murray State simply saying, look, we know that was just a gameplay problem. We trust our draft. We'll go from there. We will have to see. I think Pro Draft just ended, so we'll see the completed product here in just a few moments. But is there anything, I know, we said it wasn't a draft problem, DJ, but is there anything you want to see from Murray State in the draft to give you hopium for game number 2?
Hard to be specific. I mean, I would take away 1 or 2 of the picks from game number 1 for sure. I'm not sure which they'll exactly identify just yet, as the ones they do want to take out of the hands of the Rio Grande players. But for me, I just want to see them get on a couple of lanes they can actually play through, because in pretty much all 3 lanes, they did kind of get smashed. We did have the mid laner on the Vex do okay. Potato there had some good CS and then kind of got derailed by the rest of the map and one unfortunate TP to cover his top laner. So a couple of lanes you can actually play through, so your jungle's not being easily invaded, so you're not being easily roamed on. And particularly, I guess the one thing then that would be kind of nice is a bot lane that can kind of push and keep Bianca somewhat in the lane.
No, I agree with that, because I will say, you hit it. I think if Murray State's going to, I don't want to say come back in the series, but at least make game 2 a challenge and maybe win, it's got to be through Potato. And I think Rio Grande did their scouting perfectly. They knew the only lane we need to make sure we help out is Osamogo in that mid lane. I mean, ASAP dominated Sentinel. Udama, I think it was more of a range versus melee position, but took care of Applebee's, no problem. Up in terms of CS, they didn't really fight too much, as we talked about, but they knew Osamogo needed help, and that's exactly what they did. So yeah, if you get Sentinel and Cheesy Cheese Puffs on something that can push, maybe you get Potato on a more favorable mid laner. We'll have to see what they lock in. That, I feel like, is what Murray State has to play around, is their mid lane.
Yeah, Potato was very good early on in that game number 1. Did, again, struggled a little bit in terms of damage, but that game had already followed apart at that point, Fish. So we'll need to see that work out. And, of course, if you are going to play around your mid laner, you need to have a good mid-jungle combination. Maybe a little more playmaking as well. We even saw kind of the mistakes made when their tools weren't really online and they tried to make some plays, so they were too far behind. And we want to talk about playmaking. Zach can do it from a lot of different angles. The big problem with Zach's game is that first clear, that early game. So we'll need to keep our eyes on that for Rack Attack, as it will be up against Plop's Hecarim, because they did take away the Vi. So at least checking away one of the champions that dominated them in game 1. They did not take away Thresh. They did not take away the rest of the composition. Just that Vi has shifted things around here this time. And it's going to be Potato on definitely more of a carry in this Cassiopeia, but that is a lot of AP on the top side of Murray State's map.
Yeah, full AP for Murray State. You also get Osamogo changing over to the Vigar as well. I'm curious to see, of course, this is not the order they pro drafted in. This is just the standard order, where the decision to ban the Nautilus is, because I think that probably guarantees Bianca is going to be on the Thresh, especially since Rio Grande had blue side. I would assume they probably just be one Thresh. We'll get to see that here in a little bit if that's the case.
Spoilers, they did, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, I just feel like, right? I mean, Cassiopeia, yes, she has a little bit more mobility because a little bit, I guess, more than Vex, but not a whole lot. You have a bit more CC, but this just feels like we're going to watch a repeat where Bianca's going to roam up once his lane starts pushing. And I'm curious what Potato will do because I would expect Thresh in mid lane probably level 3.
Yeah, so the question will be about the pushing, right? Last game, they did get that level 2. That gave them a nice window to get up there at level 2. If you don't get the level 2 and you don't get the push, you can't really make that roam, right? It's your enemy support that really has the timer. It's a pretty known timer. And if we look at the AD carry picks, that is an Akshan. That should have pressure in lane, depending on the support partner. It is a Rel. That's a lot of engaged power. Oof. Does this lane actually get pushed? It's not even like a lane, right? Like it's not like a bot lane, really. So I don't actually know if this really gets pushed against Thresh Aphelios. We'll kind of see how it plays out. I think again, it's a little bit of a coin flip. Aphelios can kind of range you out with his autos early on, but you do auto a little bit faster on this Akshan early on in the hands of Sean the Sentinel.
I'm curious to see how ASAP will play on the Aphelios because the Ashe did get banned away. And I know usually the draft goes, bot lane, jungles in phase 1, but it got thrown all out of whack to pull the curtain back. I know we revealed it was a B1 Thresh. It was actually an R1 Cassiopeia that got picked up by Murray State, and that kind of threw everything out the window. I'm curious how well Aphelios will hold on solo if Bianca roams, because I think Ashe has one of the best toolkits in the game. You have the arrow in case you get dives. You have the volley to make sure you have the permanent slows if they try and run after you. I'm curious if ASAP will be able to hold off as well on the Aphelios as he did on the Ashe, because if he can do that and he activates Bianca around the rest of the map, I mean, it feels like that's probably the best game Rio Grande could have hoped for in game number 2.
Yeah, there will be windows to leave the Aphelios. It depends on your wave state. Definitely doesn't quite have the tools that Ashe does. You do want to play a little more around him, so I imagine there will be a little less kind of free roaming from Bianca, but there will still be some. You can leave him kind of down there. You can leave him to clear away if he does have the right guns as well. But really, I think the point of the Aphelios here is just kind of guaranteeing the tried and true combination in team fights, right? Reposition that Aphelios, get him to a point where he can auto. And frankly, if I look at these compositions, it's just so clear that Rio Grande wins team fights in this game. It's not even a debate. I mean, they have Aurelia, Hecarim, Aphelios, Veigar. They win team fighting. Like, they're just going to outscale. You look at the other side, the scaling options are this Cho'Gath, or kind of the top side, right? Cho'Gath, Zac, and the Cassiopeia. They're all AP. They're all short range. So even if Zac goes in, this Veigar is really going to potentially ruin the entire plan because he's just going to throw the cage up. And who can follow him, right? It gets really hard as a Cassio to walk in, which is why this was counterpicked. After seeing Cassio and Zac on R1, R2, they go right to the Veigar because they know, okay, if Zac goes in, I'm just going to throw my cage down. And all of a sudden, Cassio can't get in range to actually apply consistent DPS. And I look over at the composition for Murray State. I have to say, Fish, I really dislike it. I know this might out me if Murray State wins the game, right? But like, I can't look at this draft and like be okay with what I'm seeing. Full AP topside, right? The entirely, you counterpick Cho'Gath into Aurelia, which is fine in isolation, but isn't great for the team fight. It doesn't leave you with a lot of tools and agency. And Akshan in the bot lane is like the riskiest gambit you could possibly go with as an Aphelios, because you are not going to do anything past level 10 compared to Aphelios. Like, if you don't get 6 or 7 kills in lane here or like roaming around the map, you do nothing, particularly as a bot laner on this champion. You're just praying you can snipe a kill to like revive the rest of your team. But thinking about how team fights play out, I just can't see a world where Murray State win a team fight.
The only thing I can think is that Rotato is ready this time for the dives that are going to come after him. Because, again, he was dominating Osamogu in CS for about the first 8 minutes. It was like 71-45 at one point. The only thing I can think here, DJ, and again, maybe this is more hopium and copium this point from a Murray State side, is Cassiopeia gets ahead, you just land a 3 or 4 man stun in a team fight, and they just fall over. I mean, that really feels like what the team comp is drafted around at this point. Again, you got the R1, you let your best player pick, I would assume, their favorite champion as your first pick in a winner-go-home game. And from a sports fan's perspective, I absolutely love it. From a League of Legends perspective, it probably could have been the worst thing you could have ever done. Conventions are conventions for a reason, but at least Murray State will go down with their best player on their favorite pick, hopefully.
Okay, I can get behind the sentiment, Fish, right? There's nothing wrong with playing single damage compositions. You do usually have to kind of like play around the exhaust, right? Or something like that and understand that's going to happen. And I do back up getting Potato on a champion that can carry, right? Vex much more of a kind of laning, skirmishing champion. He doesn't quite have the hard carry tools like a Cassiopeia does. But really, again, my concern comes down to access. Like Murray State has engaged, right? Zach and Rel are two very good engaged buddies, but follow-up is the question. How do you follow up? All of your champs are melee after that. They're so short range. You've got a Hecarim, a Vigar, and a Phelios to try to play into. You got Thresh with Lantern reposition. Team fights are so easy for Rio to play. I cannot stress that enough. This game has to be won in lane and skirmishes, in my opinion, for Murray State to have a chance. They need to be ahead in gold, and they're not going to be at the start here.
This is not how you wanted to start. No.
Restart the scrim, guys. Restart the scrim.
Oh no.
It's not the image we wanted to come back from Caster Desk to.
No, we wanted to hype Murray State up. We have tried everything. We're living on hopium right now, DJ, and to see
it's just one kill, but it's not a great start, Fish.
It's the whole team. Like, the worst case is the whole team on first blood. Like, maybe you get 1v1 or 1v2 and you feel better, but the whole team?
Yeah, and it does feel a little bad because we just highlighted that, lane's going to be very important for Murray State. They're going to need to build advantages for themselves if they want this comp to function, if they want to be able to fight and play this game out. And, well, now your lane's just that much harder.
And the fact that Osamogo, again, I'm just going to assume it's planned for Rio Grande at this point, but Osamogo gets the first blood, which means on Predator Vigar, he gets to back and come to lane with his boots. That Predator gank is now enabled from the start of the game. He doesn't have to wait till he backs and determine if he wants to buy boots. He just straight up has Predator level 1. That's even worse, I think, for Murray State, because now Osamogo can go anywhere he wants. Again, I think our eyes are all on the spot lane. If Cheesy Cheese Puffs and Sentinel get pushed in, Bianc is going to be everywhere, and Game 1 and Game 2 might look very similar.
Oh, no.
Tons of damage already on to Applebee's. He already used the flash here as well. Meanwhile, bot lane, we get a great play into the death sentence. This should just be a kill, and ASAP's going to pick it up. Cheesy P-Puffs even tried to flash away, so that is a dead flash and a dead rel already.
Well, my question's been answered. Phelios Thresh gets level 2 first, and they get pushed. There you go. Now I know if I ever see Akshan Rel in the bot lane again, Phelios Thresh will get pushed. This is great for future reference here, but it's not great, Fish, for Murray State, who are getting dominated in their lanes now. We have this Vigar on Predator boots. We have this bot lane ahead. We have Udama pressuring Appleby once again, and guess what that means? It means that Plop does not have to worry. We know that Hecarim wants to get to level 6 to get that Onslaught of Shadows online. While he won't be able to pressure Rack Attack, he is perfectly on the path to the point he wants to get to in the game where he can playmake once again.
I'm really hoping Potato gets like a solo kill onto Osamogo, DJ, because I mean that feels like it's again.
You can't get a solo kill onto Vagar as Cassiopeia before level 6.
That's how Murray State gets back in.
I
don't
know what world you'd have to be in for.
Look, I was the
anyone
bad cop in
Vagar.
game 1, DJ. I'm trying to be the good cop here, okay? I'm trying to summon it.
I'm with you, man. It would be. I'm telling you, it can happen, but it has to happen at level 6 because if you don't have the petrifying gaze, he just throws a cage down and walks away. There's no other way for you to get back onto him.
Speaking of walking, look who is trotted up to the mid lane, and that would be Bianc on that Thresh. You can see him hiding out in the bush, but this time, Potato ready for it. Might have even gotten ganked, because you do see the cleanse is on cooldown. We didn't quite catch what happened, but maybe had to cleanse an Event Horizon to stay alive. Here is Plop, by the way, up top side here. They're going to dodge the knockup. Applebee's is good as dead. Cho'Gath trying to run away. Black Attack smartly cancels the Elastic Slingshot, but that's another kill for Rio Grande.
Topside now in quite dire straits. Still a flashless Cho'Gath in the top lane. Does have TP, so he'll get back to lane. That'll feel good, but you do not want to give early kills over to Aurelion. Oh boy.
Oh, Event Horizon's going to land. Yep. This time Potato flashes, but that means the next gank is probably money, right, DJ? No cleanse, no flash. that feels like you're just buying time until the inevitable is the death sentence from Bianca. A rare miss from him so far in this series.
Yeah, fortunately for Potato, he will have his Petrifying Gaze by the time the gank should happen, right? I don't think Flop really coming back unless the wave gets in a bad spot for Osimogo and he can get another cage down. But again, Flop wants level 6. You should be able to have your Petrifying Gaze by the next time the horse comes around. There is one thing the horse hates. He has to run straight at you. Petrifying Gaze is pretty good at stopping you from running straight at you.
Udamai jump on to Applebee's. Rupture is going to get the knock-up into the air, but we'll have to catch that later. Cheesy Cheese Puffs not even going to get over the wall. This will be an easy kill. Picked up by Beyond.
Kill top.
And there is the kill, as you mentioned, DJ.
5-0.
Not good
for real, 2.5K gold lead here. Fish at 5.5 minutes.
First dragon. Hey, at least it's an ocean soul, right, DJ? At least it's not an ocean dragon. This is not an infernal dragon.
Yeah, but it could still be Hextech, dude. It could be Hextech or infernal.
Oh, no. This is something we didn't get to talk about in the draft, and I was curious because we didn't really get a fair top lane matchup game 1. I mean, Udama was on the range champion, Jace versus Darius. He was going to win that every single time. I was curious how melee, even bruiser versus tank, would go. And we already have our answer, and it's about as well as Jace Darius went.
Yeah, so this lane it's not good for Cho'Gath early on, right? Cho'Gath does have to kind of vamp through most lanes he plays through, but later on in isolation, this is really good for Cho'Gath because Aurelia she just can't kill you once you get enough HP, right? If she's not up on items on you, at some point your armor and HP is just way too much for her to deal with. The slows that come out of your E, the Q eventually when you have to dash onto her, the fact that you have an execute when she does not. It's actually quite good for Cho'Gath. But the early levels, you have to survive. And with a little bit of jungle help and some good laning from Udama, it just hasn't happened, which means now Aurelia can just do this.
Seen this story before, even dashing away here. We see potentially gank bot side of the map. Plop does not have the ult, as we see a flash here from Applebee's the turret. The only thing stopping Udama, we have bot lane. Sentinel already caught the flay, and this is an easy death. Plop picks up the kill, a great death sentence as well. The Cheesy Cheese Puff actually able to get away. And now we go back up top lane. Rack Attack is here. Rupture plus Elastic Slingshot. Stun is going to land. Udama looking to pick up at least one kill here. Is able to get it, but does trade out their life. So the perfect game only lasts 7 minutes this time, DJ, not the 20 we saw in game number 1.
Oh, man, but Udama still gets a kill out of that. He did not have the Vanguard's edge and still gets a kill. Applebee's was like an auto or a tick of burn away from being in execute range and staying alive, and it does not quite happen. That is just how things have been going for Murray State. Fish, his lead grows here, now 3.5K, and oh boy, I think
ASAP.
got good guns.
Let's come out. Flash, nice dodge there. He is up
He
a
has
level
good
here.
guns.
He does have the Moonlight Vigil too. He's gonna use it to pick up one with the flamethrower. Another kill goes over. That's the series in a nutshell, right there, DJ.
I mean, that's just brilliant from ASAP. I said it. I was alluding to it as they walked forward, right? I'm like, he's got good guns. He's got Moonlight Vigil. He can win this if they do not CC him. He dodges everything. Super well played by ASAP. But now you see why Bianca can just roam, man. They can just leave this dude on an island. It doesn't matter. This kind of cheesy bot lane pick in this auction does not work out. I know it just continues to fall apart here for Murray State.
Udama must be a millennial DJ because he is murdering Applebee's, much like millennials have done to the franchise. I mean, it hasn't even been close. Top lane, it's a 30
like
CS
Applebee's has contributed itself to this.
All the avocado toast. When they served it, the millennials.
Are you an Applebee's fan, Fish?
Back in the day, I was, but much like this Cho'Gath, it's been a long time since I've had any sort of good memories at an Applebee's.
I have yet to go to one, and I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. And yeah, I don't think Murray State are going to be...
Trust me, DJ, on this. Mid-2000s, it was actually 2 for 20 was a banger as a poor high school student. I would never go back if I was in high school now, though. I'll say it. I'll put it that way.
I can see this. I can see this. I was a little too crazy in high school. I didn't get out that much, Fish. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Murray State's not getting out of this one either. They are down 4.5K. Every objective pretty much belongs to Rio, and boy, oh boy, we talked about them going on a run after they lost to Murray State, going on a rampage, really, and it has not stopped. So, yes, now we have to wonder what really happened in that last series. Murray State must have really come out to play, and this is solo kill. There we go. That's the matchup that you wanted when you drafted this, but well, I think a little too late here for Applebee's, unfortunately.
Helping out the KD as best he can. Yeah, if you're Albernia or Redbird Academy that are on the other side of this Navigators White division that are playing right now, I mean, we've still got only 10 minutes in this game, DJ. A lot can happen, though. It feels, like a somewhat foregone conclusion. You're very scared of this team. Nice flash by Osamoku. Event Horizon going to go down, and immediately Rack Attack has to be careful. He has not died yet, so Cell Division was still up. ASAP going to try and jump onto Sentinel. Here comes Beyonk as well, but he can't get in range. All that roaming. Still not quite level 6 for Beyond.
Have this 4K gold lead in the game. Unfortunately, this time around, no lane for Murray State has an advantage as the CS has gone very well for Osamogo. So far, everybody is just pushing and pressuring for Rio Fish, and time is running out here for Murray State. They're going to need a miracle.
What a death sentence on the Cheesy Cheese Puff. The Rel tanky enough to where it doesn't matter, but Bianchi, I mean, again, we have talked about it. Probably could have played the Nautilus if Thresh is banned, but put the ban on Nautilus because on Thresh, it just doesn't feel winnable on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, he's been pretty good on this champion. Oh boy, that's a good 3-man knockout.
Elastic slingshot to get a great stun on ASAP. He's going to get shut down to Petrifying Gaze. They should be able to chain it back onto Protato. Great CC there. Nice route onto Plop. He gets shut down here. Action's going to pick up a kill, and maybe we spoke too soon here. Can Osamoku get the cooldowns to at least pop Cell Division? No, he cannot. Revive comes through, and all of a sudden, you get a 4K in the bot lane.
Yeah, that just wiped out half of the goal lead in an instant. What an engage from Rack Attack, landing the Elastic Slingshot onto all three. That just set everything else up, and they'll stop the bleeding a little bit here to take the Dragon to even it out, take that early soul condition off the table. It is a Mountain Soul that will be available for these two teams, and that is the first sign of a fight back we've seen from Murray State thus far. We need a lot more of that throughout the rest of this game if they want to turn this goal lead around and keep themselves in the series.
And I think the good news for the side of Murray State is that they can keep attempting plays like that. Not that they'll always be that successful, as long as Rack Attack has the Cell Division. He hasn't even come close to dying. I think that fight was really the closest we've ever seen him. He also hasn't really poked his head out too often either. And so that is the one power of the Zac. You can be overly aggressive. You have that sort of self-revive built into your toolkit. I want to see Rack Attack turn the gold they got from that fight into more advantages across the map. But instead, he's stuck farming. Plop going to go in. Nice Everfrost cleanse on the Event Horizon. And that's now both summoners down in the mid lane. So Potato's got to be careful.
Now he is very vulnerable. Onslaught of Shadows will be coming back soon, so definitely could be a target here on the side of Murray State. Really the only one flashless outside of Rack Attack, not exactly a target. He's looking around mid lane as well, though.
Gonna find something onto Osamoku. He doesn't have flash either. Both these mid laners sitting very vulnerable, but as we talked about, DJ, they both have ways to lock down opposing junglers, lock down incoming ganks. There is no mythic yet on Osamoku for as well as he's been farming. Elastic Slingshot going to come through. Rack Attack was on a ward, so the Flawless Duet was able to be set up perfectly. Rupture's going to land here as well. Feral Scream for the silence. But Udama is just too far ahead for them to want to tower dive. We'll see if Rack Attack will try it again, but again, he walks over a ward. They know he's down there. Meanwhile, Plop is bot lane. Cheesy Cheese Puff's going to go in. They'll summon the Rift Herald here as well. Death Sentence is going to land. Play as well. And Sentinel will flash out of the box. They'll pick up first tower here, but Plop takes a couple of extra tower shots. That's going to make it so they're not able to continue chasing.
They do get what they wanted here, though. They get the pressure down. They get the first turret, and yeah, I think
Gonna pop the Let's Bounce here. Osamoku's on the way as well. Applebee's, can you get here again? Has the Cell Division proc, but his top laner leaves him. Maybe if he gets to the Blast Cone, it's a different story. Rack Attack will fall, and now the aggression on Zac is gonna have to slow down here for the next 5 minutes.
now without the jungler, that means playmaking gonna be a little tricky.
Nice
And here goes
flash
Beyond.
play The Everfrost misses. Double on the Petrifying Gaze, though. They have to be careful. There's a Primordial Pose for Osamogu, and cool guys don't look at explosions.
Yep, easy as you like. Bianc just makes it happen again, just knows his limits so well. Yes, the Petrifying Gaze comes down, but with all the CC on Thresh, it makes that 2v1 way too easy. There's no jungler to worry about with Rax being dead and the pressure. Remounts here from Rio. They have bounced back from their one mistake in this series and have once again established themselves a now 5k gold lead at 15 minutes.
Plop. We already saw one jungler get caught out, going for a little bit of a counter jungle. This time, though, the Hecarim will gallop away. And this feels a lot like game one in the sense that Bianc's combos were usually enabled, DJ, because it was Death Sentence into the Vault Breaker from Vi, and then you set up the CC chain. Little harder with the Event Horizon, but it feels the exact same. It's Death Sentence into Baby Cage into Dead Solo Laner.
Pretty nice sequence of events, I would say, Fish, as take away a couple of camps here as Rack Attack find any farm that they can at this point, because yes, those combos are way too easy for Rio. They are too far ahead. They just need to continue to take these simple steps to win this game, and moving on to the grand finals if they can.
Was popped there by Osamogu, looking for a cheesy kill on the Sentinel, but he was able to heroic swing to safety and get out of dodge. We'll see if Bianc can find a Death Sentence onto Potato. The Flash and the Cleanser up as well, the Petrifying Gaze. So that Cassiopeia, who still is almost dead even in farm with Osamogu, despite the 1-2 scoreline. It's going to be a very hard target to find as Osamogu will waddle his way back up to the top lane, and it looks like we get a bit of A-Ramp breaking out here between the two teams. Keep your eye on Rack Attack top of your screen. If you're looking for an elastic slingshot, there is the channel. Gonna go in, Death Sentence into the Petrifying Gaze. Here comes Osamogu. Teleport gonna be channeled here as well. Is it too little? Too late. Event Horizon lands. Onslaught of Shadows as well, but it knocks Potato away from their mid laner. Stopwatch will be used. Applebee's has joined the fight. 4-on-3 as Rack Attack has to flash away. Flop's got to be careful. Baby Cage will go down. Applebee's probably good as dead here. There's no follow-up damage. Nice flawless duet from Unama jumping around. Potato looking to get back in the fight. The Rack Attack goes down, and Murray State had a good disengage. They just stayed too long, DJ.
Yeah, that's actually a very good fight from both teams here, Fish. The good engage, the clever one. Nah, this is...
They coming?
They're
both. Turret goes down. Applebee's should be able to just be tanky enough to get away. But as you predicted, DJ, the Rel basically dies for nothing.
Yeah, just a little too greedy trying to defend that turret. You had to acknowledge that it was gone. The initial engage was pretty good, right? They got right on the ASAP. They knocked him down right away with the Petrifying Gaze, plus the follow-up damage. But that's not quite enough when Rio's this far ahead. Rio TP's in to defend their team, to defend their turret. And while Murray State fought about as well as they could, again, the wallets slapping them down, and some slick play also from Udama to dodge out as that fight extended on multiple instances of CC, allows them to come out with the extra HP bars, take that mid turret, get the extra kill, and move back to the dragon. It'll cost them, it looks like, second Rift Herald, but that's not a really big price to pay.
Bianc is here. Where's the rest of the team is the question. Rack Attack's got to be careful. Bianc going to try and look to cancel the elastic slingshot. They are going to be able to stop it. Rack Attack does not have flash. He is just dead. So that Rift Herald ends up costing them their jungler's life. And again, why did you let the Thresh through will be the question asked for any Murray State fans.
Yeah, a little bit at this point. It's just so oppressive from Bianc. He plays it so well. Again, he knows this guy's got to charge up. He has to charge up that elastic slingshot to get out. He has to have the time. He just walks up there and says, okay, I'll just wait. I got to play faster than your elastic slingshot is. Gets an extra kill on the back end. Again, they only lose second Rift Herald for this. And now the gold lead is 7K, nearly 7.5 at this point. Bishop was still in Baron waiting room since the Soul is nearly 9 minutes away here. It's just Baron waiting room, another minute before it's even on the map.
I mean, much better than game one, at least for Murray State, in terms of being able to contest that Baron, but they're still 7K gold down, and their only team fight they won was just a fantastic gauge around Rack Attack during a Dragon attempt here for Rio Grande. I'm curious if they can even contest that Baron that's up here in 30 seconds, unless Potato, again, it really feels like it is Potato, and can he CC multiple members? And ASAP and Osamogu probably have to be both of the members he CC.
Yeah, it will take, again, some miraculous engages. We saw that 3-man elastic slingshot earlier, Fish. That's basically what we need and more at this point, followed by the rel engage, right? It needs to be perfect, and it needs to be on multiple carry members here, because at this point, Udama can do it, Osamogu can do it, ASAP can do it, and that got a TP out.
Small victories here for Murray State. That TP does, of course, mean Osamogu's now just in dragon range. Stun is going to land onto Applebee's. Udama chunking down this Cho'Gath. Should be able to pick up a free solo kill here. Nice flash rupture from Applebee's, but he is still just dead. Everfrost even snipes the kill, but here comes the re-engage. Into the event horizon, the stun onto Rel, and Cheesy Cheese Puff should be the next target here. Meanwhile, other side of your screen, Rack Attack can't even get in range of ASAP and beyond. The Moonlight Vigil will snipe down the Akshan, and Potato will try their hardest. They'll get a double kill, but it won't mean anything as it's a 5-for-2 for Rio Grande.
Yeah, I kind of figured it would be this way, but Rio, the Vigar is just way too OP in this game. They can't deal with the event horizon. Every time the fight is split, every time someone goes in, Cage just comes up, and they just can't get by it. It comes up again. Osamogu gets Potato. He doesn't cleanse in time. 8-1-2 on this Vigar has been absolutely dominant. Bianca, of course, contributing as well. And even in the worst of positions practically on the map, Rio comes out ahead with the fight win at the 9k gold lead. All they got to do now, Fish, walk over to the Baron, take that one down. You can go for the soul if you want, or just look for the end either way. But all they need is the Baron to really push this to just an unwinnable state for Murray.
I mean, in that team fight, Rack Attack couldn't even get in range of ASAP. I think Sentinel was there as well. We do have an update, DJ, from the other side of our Navigator's white bracket. Alvernia, the 1 seed, did 2-0 Redbird Academy, so they will be waiting in the grand finals for what looks like potentially Rio Grande, but maybe Murray State has something in them. I believe Alvernia ran the table, so they will be heavy favorites over whoever wins this one, but the way Rio Grande's playing, that grand final could be very spicy in the Navigators White Division next week.
If you want to set the market, I'll take a bet on who's winning this game.
I feel like I'm looking at Rio Grande probably like minus 5,000 or so right now.
Yeah, wouldn't it be plus?
Oh yeah, you're right. It would be plus 5,000. You're right.
Yeah, that would be large. I would be taking those odds, Fish. Let's put it that way. I would
refund your computer error.
But yes, I honestly I think plus 5,000 is not bad at this point. This is a very, very massive gold lead. And while they don't have Soul on the table, they now have Flash Satan carry. They now have 5 minutes until Soul will go down, and it might be stolen.
They're coming in. Rack Attack, get here. It's stolen by the Feast, you call it, DJ. But unfortunately, at what cost? Sentinel is going to get the back off, but
don't do
this is not a 1v1 you win. Meanwhile, they go in. Onslaught of Shadows onto Potato into the event horizon. A great stun chain onto this Cassiopeia, but the rest of the team is just falling. Potato going to go down. At least Osamogu gets the melee off. And Odama will trade that for top inhibitor and now has Sentinel in their sights. This is an easy kill. Teleport's being channeled by Applebee's. Can Sentinel stay long enough? But Udama is just simply going to get out.
It's a good fight, grinding them down. Rack Attack's actually gone a little bit of a damage. Second item here on the Demonic Embrace. You can see that play out very strongly in the fight as he just stood on top of 3 members of Rio. That is what causes Osamogu, ASAP, and Bianca to go down, even though there was a great engage by Plop to get through the petrifying gaze of Potato. There's just enough damage to grind down the members of Rio. But again, when you're this far down, it's always going to come at a price. Yes, the gold is in favor. Yes, you get it down to about 8k, and you get the Drake, but you still lose an inhibitor. Udama gets extra kills, and you still have to deal with the fact that Baron is up on the map.
And unfortunately, DJ, that dragon is, meh. It's only your second mountain dragon. It only would have denied soul point for Rio Grande. I get why you had to do it. You have to do anything you can to win a fight. And I will say, that was the first fight where Rio Grande felt like they were target focusing. It usually felt like they just kind of hit what was ever closest to them. And it did not go very well. I know they want to stop Potato, and he feels like the solo carry of Murray State, or at least their only way back in. But I think Rio Grande has to be careful of just saying, why don't we just hit whoever's in front of us, instead of saying, what if we throw everything at Potato? Because he survived that entire engagement.
Did survive that whole engagement. They are going to have to respect Rack Attack a little bit. I think they were a little surprised by the damage that came from Demonic Embrace, because the thought process that I would agree with them on is, if you take Potato down and you keep him out of the fight, it's hard for them to dish out enough damage to take you down. They'll have to think about it a little bit this next time around, but Unum's not thinking about anything except getting a 1v2.
Unuma, unfortunately, Applebee's still not in favor, does have the Feast there. There is a Sentinel roaming down here as well, so Unuma does have to be careful. Flawless Duet is going to land, but now quickly realizes a 1v3, but much like we saw at Dragon, they'll lose at Dragon, get top inhibitor, they lose Unuma, they'll pick up the Baron for absolutely nothing.
Free as you like here is that Baron. Just the one kill on Unuma. Anytime you send 3 members down, this is likely to be the price. So Murray State making the call. We just want any gold we can. They're likely to get the Baron anyway. Let's just get this kill in our back pockets. Continue to work on the map. Now a big chance for Rio to take down these remaining turrets, to really bust open the base in the mid and bottom lane. Then they can choose to look for this Drake in 2 minutes, or just try to end the game through sheer force, still leading 6.5 or 7k gold here at the 26-minute mark.
I'm really curious how Rio is going to use this Baron, DJ, because as you pointed out, they have a lot of turrets in the mid and bot to get through. But we've seen some teams struggle. They just kind of A-ram it around. They hope their Baron-empowered minions will keep shoving. I'm curious to see what the split will be, because even though Unuma didn't get Baron, I don't think anyone on the side of Murray State can 1v1 this Aurelia at the current moment.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I would hard agree with you on that one. Fish, way too strong here on 3 items is Unuma. Has a little bit of magic resist for the Cho'Gath as well. They definitely need to send multiple members, which makes it very, very hard to deal with. I'm a little surprised that we have a 1-3-1 from Rio. Veigar, not the best champion in the side lane. Usually want to have him grouped up with the team for that extra CC, but they are feeling a little bit frisky with this Baron push. They want to get the maximum possible value.
So far, it's just a 1-3-1, and that was what I was curious if, even despite the Baron, if Unuma would just try and split push with those top super minions, because again, no one in the game can stop this Aurelia. You see right now, Potato and Sentinel are kind of feathering around it. Cheesy Cheese Puff has to be careful, and the base is just starting to fall apart here. Right now, Unuma hasn't gotten anything but kept the super minions pushing. And I will say, Applebee's has done a great job neutralizing Osamogu on the bottom side of the map. The Veigar does have teleport, though, if he chooses to roam up, but instead it looks like he just maybe wants a bot tower as a Elastic Slingshot comes in. Rack Attack stop flies, let's play. ASAP gonna get caught in the middle of the team and just get eliminated. Osamogu is here, lands a nice 2-man Event Horizon into a huge Everfrost. Can they get on the Cheesy Cheese Puff as Osamogu tries to kite the tank of the team? Sentinel is in range, gets hit by a play, but there's not enough damage. His flop is the full tank. Hecarim, he's able to dodge out of the way of the Primordial Burst, and he will go down to Osamogu. Rel picks up 1. But Potato couldn't join that fight, because if he did, it was GG, and that's, I think, why, DJ, that Rio basically wins that.
Yep, ASAP gets seized upon once again. He gets as much damage as he can down, but again, it's just so hard to get on Osamogu, man. He does so much damage. The cage creates so much issue. You try to jump on him after it goes down, but they're already so low that he just easily finishes them off. The tank, Hecarim, as you mentioned, stays alive for so long. They just grind them down while Unuma puts pressure in the top side. It's a second inhib. That will be the 3rd Drake as well. Again, it is just minutes remaining now. Rio just need to be clean, go step by step here and use their power, and they will be winning and moving on to face Alvernia in the grand finals.
And this feels like a lot what you pointed out in game number 1, DJ, before there was a crazy team fight that changed your whole plan. But this feels like Rio is going to play for second Baron and win the game on the back of second Baron. They'll pick up Mountain Soul here. I don't even think we'll see that potential Mountain Soul Dragon spot at the Get Soul point, but this feels like we play for Baron, we win in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, or a little bit more if you're Rio. That, I think, is how they're playing this game right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. They know what they need to do here. Again, just set up your vision appropriately, right? If you don't feel like you're going to win in the next 2 minutes, set up your vision, fall back to that Drake, get Mountain Soul, and this one is practically over. Even try to go for that Baron earlier. It's in 2 minutes. There's plenty of time between those. But it's just all about the objectives, right? You're so far ahead. Just set up appropriately. Make it hard for Murray State to get what they want, which is, again, that big engage from Rack Attack. If you can land that heel cut, that burn onto multiple members. We've seen ASAP just get blown up even without Potato in the area. So all they got to do is see Rack Attack coming to make sure that Murray State doesn't have this hope of a miracle as they go in.
I do want to see Udama roam down to the bot lane, though. He already picked up the inhibitor again, I believe, in the top lane. It did respawn kind of during that team fight, and he picked it up. I'm curious why they're leaving that Aurelia topside, because there's really nowhere for him to go. He has to overextend so far into the base. The teleport would be close to being up for Baron. Instead, it's Osamogu who's pushing. That would be my only critique right now for Rio, is they're really not doing anything, DJ. Not that they have to. They have a nearly 10k gold lead at 30 minutes, but I think you could put Udama in the bot lane, and you could probably start to close this game out just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, very true. I do think the TP is why they have him top lane right now. The Baron is coming up in just a little bit here, 50 seconds. So you want to make sure that he can rotate to it quickly. I don't think his TP will be up at that time. So I think that is probably the reason. But I would agree with you that if that was not the case, you would definitely want him, probably your strongest member here at level 17, down in that bottom lane applying pressure. But, I mean, heck, at this point, you can kind of pressure the Nexus turrets if they leave you alone for long enough.
He's going to jump onto Applebee's. This is the 1v1 you talked about, DJ. That should eventually go in the Cho'Gath's favor, but Udama is just destroying. Here comes everybody else, though. Cheese Puff and Rack Attack are there. Nice flash into a great double stun on the Flawless Duet, and Udama gets away from 4 members.
That's just so well played. Just brilliant Aurelia play. He basically puts Applebee's in the grave. Does have to flash away, but stays alive as 4 rotate. There's not an objective to take on the map, but again, this is the setup, right? Now they're all in a position. Now they have to walk through all your vision. This Baron's going to go down really quickly. There won't even be a contest. That second Baron, that can practically guarantee you the game. If you don't win in 2 minutes, you can just fall back and take Mountain Soul Rio with all the tools in their hands to end this series.
I think basically the question becomes, what do you do with Udama? Is it now going to be activate him in the bot lane? Will be leave him top, have the rest of the team go bot? Because if any more than 2 members leave, you just pull the trigger. But I would be surprised, DJ, unless it's as the Nexus is going down, that this Mountain Dragon even sees its time on the Rift, because this feels like you just run it down your preferred lane. If you're Rio, you maybe win one more team fight, and this should be GG onto the grand finals, take on Alvernia next week.
Should be. We're just looking at miracle territory at this point now for Murray State. A miracle engage. They need to knock out multiple members. Need to get a huge petrifying gaze from Potato. But again, everything is stacked against them. Fish and the Waves in a pretty good spot in mid and top. They do need to wait a little bit for Osamogo, who still has TP, to rejoin if they want to synchronize this push. It'll take a little bit of time, but that's all they need to do, is wait a little bit more time, and this one should be done.
You can see the amount of respect Udama commands in the top lane. All 5 members at one point for Murray State started to roam up in that direction before realizing that was not an option. Nice death sentence, but no follow-up from Beyond. This flop just hanging around. Here finally comes the bot wave, and we'll see what Murray State has in terms of defense. Right now, all 5 members kind of grouped up in the mid. I'd assume trying to figure out who stops Aurelia, or if you just take this 5v4 and hope Aurelia can't end the game. That sends it into a nice 2-man rupture, but the Event Horizon has stunned down the Cho'Gath, and Applebee's is closed for business, and I don't think he sees his chance on the Rift. Flash death sentence on the Sentinel. He stops the Rack Attack and Elastic Slingshot as well. Cheesy Cheese Puff's going to come in here just to help out, but it is a foregone conclusion at this point. Cheesy Cheese Puff will go down, the bot inhibitor will fall, and this should be GG Game 2 series over to Rio Grande here as they push in, and Potato needs the petrifying gaze of all petrifying gaze as it lands onto 2, but nobody even dies.
Easy as you like here, Fish. Rio going to be moving on to face Alvernia in the grand finals. 2 absolute stomps. Game 2, of course, a couple mistakes. Couple fights don't go their way, but it was never not in their hands, not in their control. And if you are Alvernia watching the end of this game, watching back the series, ban Thresh. Don't let this man play the champion. He's too good at the hook champions. Don't let it happen.
Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, again, you called it in game one. I think game two was a little bit more scattered, but you're sticking with Bianca as your MVP for this series, DJ?
He's definitely my MVP for the series. I think for game two, you could probably give it to the mid laner there in Shogo. Had a really, really good game on the Vigar. Again, I think the pick was great. I think he played it out extremely well. But yes, overall in the series, I think still a very strong game from Bianca in game number 2. And he would be my player of the series pretty hands down.
Yeah, that grand final, though, next week, it sets up to be fantastic. Alvernia beat Rio Grande 2-1 all the way back in week 2. I mean, the teams are maybe even completely different. Who knows? But that is going to be a fantastic grand finals in the Navigators White Division. We are not quite done here yet, though. I think we will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have an interview for one of the players of Rio Grande, be able to talk about making it to the grand finals in stunning performance. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hear from one of our winners coming up right after this.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away.
you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel.
Welcome back into the NECC here as we wrap up this Navigators White semifinal. We've got Fish, we've got DJ, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, Bianca joining us here. Congratulations on your win, Bianca. DJ, you take it away with our MVP of the series.
Yeah,
Thank you so
two
much.
massive games from you in particular, Bianca, but the entire team, really. I mean, you know, some small hiccups in game two, but never out of your guys' control. It was
Absolutely.
a very, very decisive series. So talk to us about what has changed, right? We mentioned it on the broadcast multiple times. You guys lost to this team a few weeks ago, and since then, you just been on a tear. So what's been going on?
I think that in the past 2 or 3 weeks, we've really taken great strides in improving our communication and our ability to trust each other. And since our loss, we've really just put in a lot of time and effort, and I feel like we are really truly playing as a team now. It makes a huge difference.
And something else DJ and I talked about on the broadcast. I mean, this is a very young team. I believe Udamo is the only player on the lineup that was playing that is an upperclassman. So did you guys kind of rely on him? But I mean, as a young team coming into a semifinal game, how did you handle your emotions so well to come out and dominate this series?
I think that a lot of us have just I mean, I think early on in our time as a team, we definitely played a lot with our emotions, but we've learned now to kind of look at the game in a more like objective oriented way. Just taking the time to consider like power spikes and our just what we can and cannot do. You know, we assessed early in game two that taking 5v5 fights is pretty unlikely. So I think the first potential turning point for the game was our dragon take. It was a little awkward to say the least. I think our fight lines were a little confused at first, but after that we just moved on to the next play, and I feel like we did a really good job of asserting and pushing a lead. It's a really good game.
Yeah, so you guys have dialed it in the last couple of weeks. You're dialing it in play by play. You love to see that calibration over the season. So now moving into the grand final, what are your expectations? Is this your first final? How do you feel the team is going to handle being in that kind of environment?
I think that everybody is really, really excited to move on to grand finals. We've been hyped up about it, and we had no concerns whatsoever about our ability to make it to grand finals, but I think that reality is now setting in, you know, like we're here now, like we can't just talk about it. This is something that's actually happening. So there are a lot of nerves, but I think that we're going to take the time to work through those and play with confidence. You know, we're playing to win.
Well, Bianca, congratulations to you and your team for picking up the win. You avenged one of your losses in the regular season. Good luck avenging the next one against Alvernia next week.
Absolutely.
Celebrate it, but don't go too hard because you still got to win one more series next week, man. Have a good one. We appreciate
Yeah,
you
for
doing
sure.
it.
Thank you so much.
That was Bianca, the support, and again, the NECC caster MVP, if you will, of that series, DJ.
Very
Absolutely
prestigious. Very
phenomenal.
prestigious.
Yes, very prestigious. He can put that on the fridge right next to the, hope maybe the trophy he picks up next week. Again, haven't seen Alvernia. I think that's going to be an epic series. And I think the only advice that you could give to Alvernia is ban that man's thresh.
Yep. I would say so as well. I think they'll probably identify that as well. But I'm sure Bianca will have another pick in his back pocket because, again, we see them looking absolutely great today, Rio Grande. It should set up for a phenomenal final series here between two teams that 2-0'd in their semifinals. So very excited to be watching that one. Unfortunately, won't be casting it, but we'll be rooting, of course, for both teams to have their best series, to make sure the nerves don't affect them and play out some beautiful collegiate League of Legends here.
Well, that'll do it for DJ and myself here, but we are not done on the NECC by a long shot. We've got one more semifinal coming up next. In the Challengers Yellow Division, it's Ottawa Gray taking on Clark Red, the 6th seed, with a huge upset last week. We'll see if they can do it again against the 2 seed. Hawk and Grape will have all of the action coming in at the top of the hour. DJ, big shout out to you for watching alongside with me as we saw that fantastic semifinal in Navigators Wide. Don't go anywhere. We've got more League of Legends action coming up in about 9 minutes.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. just a ghost inside my head.
here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to let it drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second best of three here in semifinal week of the NECC. I am Grapes, joined alongside Hawk for me alongside this ride, and another semifinal matchup. We're going to find out who will make the finals in the Challengers Yellow Division. Hawk, this is an exciting matchup. We got the University of Ottawa Gray up against Clark Red, and when you take a look at the standings, these teams might be a little bit different, but both got the same road to get to this, which is a victory in that quarterfinal. It looks so. If we take a look at the bracket here, I think Hawk's having a little bit of trouble with his audio. We had the first round last week, and if you remember that, Clark actually took a surprising 2-0 over the 3 seed in Mount Union, which sets them up with their matchup against Ottawa today. A lot of expectations here on this Clark squad, who did take down a rather highly regarded team to get to this spot, but I'm sure that they will be up for the pressure. Hawk, I mean, taking a look at these two teams, they both have a couple diamond players on them. They both have some people that can really take their game to the next level. What are you expecting in terms of this matchup?
I mean, the expectation looking at records has to be that Ottawa is just going to win this game. But, as you were saying, Clark Red, they came into the quarterfinals. They beat a great Mount Union team. And not only that, they beat them 2-0. And so now coming into the series, this is a red hot squad. They may have been 3-5 in the regular season, but that doesn't matter. They're here in the semifinal. So while I'm still going to hedge my bets a little bit and say that I think Ottawa is the favorite to win this match, I don't think, based on the way that Clark Red has been able to sort of bring themselves together, I don't think it's fair to say that they are the runaway victor by any means.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that we got to take a look at before we head into draft for game number 1 would be in the jungle. For the side of Clark, they have Pizza the Cat on the Hecarim, and so who plays a lot of the Hecarim. And on the other side here for Ottawa, which you're seeing on your screen right now, it is Kyler, who is the jungler here for Ottawa. They both are very high ranked, and getting these two high diamond players matched up against each other is always good, especially in a role like the jungle.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a really interesting matchup between these two junglers, because the jungle role right now, I feel like, is so interesting. You were talking about that Hecarim, Grapes, and Hecarim's a champion that, after the nerfs, doesn't really feel that great to play. But there's something to be said for that comfort. And it feels like a lot of those old school playmaking fighter junglers are falling out of the meta just a little bit. They're still good, but they're not as dominant as they were early season 12. Whereas, we're starting to see some more carries come back up, but they're not really to the level that I think a lot of junglers would hope they are. So jungle, honestly, feels like a little bit of a weak role right now, and it leaves a lot of room open for more aggressive picks in lane and stuff like that. And it does mean that these two high-level junglers, I think, are going to have to work even harder to have a big impact on these games.
Yeah, definitely. In terms of just like carry potential, a lot of the main hard carry, big damage junglers did get a little bit tabbed, other than Karthus, who did actually get buffed, so we might have to keep an eye on that one.
Karthus is pretty good.
Yeah, so, I mean, hey, I think Pizza the Cat also plays that a decent amount, so got to keep your eyes on that as we head to the draft for game number 1. But I do agree with you, Hawk. A lot of the junglers in the current meta are things like this First Strike Jarvan, like the Trundle, that don't really do a lot of carrying, but a lot more facilitating, especially in the early game. So that's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on as we head into the draft.
I mean, and they're such different junglers. Trundle, you basically pick to be a massive meatball for your team. He's not a true tank, but he's really great into tanks. He can shred those resistances, and he fights pretty effectively. Whereas Jarvan, you just pick to be a massive gank engage bot. He does literally nothing else. We've been seeing Jarvans build Zhonya's second item because they get their core mythic item, and then after that, they don't need gold anymore. They don't have to exist. So they get a 2,500 gold Zhonya's so that they can just go into stasis in the middle of the fight. So I think those sorts of things are really interesting to look out for. We'll have to see what they end up going to, as remember, these games are indeed pro-drafted beforehand, then picked in pick order, in roll order, not pick order. So this Ornn was a blue 5 Ornn going to the top side for Mr. Frosty.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, in terms of the draft, that it was the response in the correct order here. Poof Effort did pick the Fiora on the R5 into Mr. Frosty's Ornn, which I really like to see. This Fiora versus Ornn matchup can definitely go in terms of Ornn's favor if, the Fiora can't scale very well. But in the side lane, if Fiora can get ahead, basically gets a free lane against the Ornn and will really do wonders in the side lane. The question is, can that be enough to, override some of the team fighting power that the Ornn will end up providing? On the jungle matchup, it actually is the Trundle versus the Jarvan, the two junglers that we were talking about, just in terms of facilitation. So in terms of what these really high-level junglers want to do, it is not necessarily 1v9ing, putting the team on your back in terms of damage, but more making sure that the rest of your team is in the right spot.
Definitely. And like I said, these junglers, they want to do different things. Trundle, you want to play a little bit more scaling. Play for those neutral objectives. Play for the 1v1s. Get into team fights big and strong. Whereas Jarvan, you're going more early game. You got to make the level 2s, the level 3s, the level 4s. Got to get your 3-wave theory under control. Have a early game plan. And hey, if you want a champion to plan around, this Fiora up on the top side, that's the kind of champion that you want to do it to. But I do want to draw our attention as we do get into the second round of picks towards this mid matchup, because it is really interesting. We're talking about how the Jarvan wants to go early game, but the mid matchup is the Ahri Veigar, but not what you would expect. The Ahri's on the scaling comp and the Veigar's on the early game comp. And I just find this very interesting. It feels to me like Uatomo Gray has basically said, hey, we've already got great scaling. We got the Lulu Jinx with the Ornn behind her. We're going to win team fights. Let's get an advantageous mid matchup where we can so that we don't get bowled over in the early game. But it does make this blind Veigar, R3 blind Veigar, so interesting to me when you're playing things like the Ashe, like the Jarvan.
Right, and I think it just like again, maybe it'd be a kind of a the other side of the coin in terms of like we just want a little bit of scaling to kind of counteract some of the Jarvan and the Ashe. So when we get to the late game, we have that sort of team fighter that can really put out a lot of DPS come some of these team fights. But definitely looks a little bit strange in terms of the draft. I will say I do like the way that Ottawa did set their draft up. They have scaling in both the side lanes, and then they have a strong mid jungle that can try to get either one of them ahead. Most likely down in the bot lane towards Zhao, who on the Jinx is definitely a very, very viable carry option. So I think that that's probably the angle that we're going to be looking at here if we are the side of Ottawa. On the other side, for Clark, this Jarvan, as you said, Hawk, has a lot of angles to go for, and they have a pushing bot lane for the most part here with this Ashe Soraka. So has a lot of different places to go as well. So I think as we head into this game, it's really depending on where these junglers want to go and where they want to make their plays.
For sure. And I definitely think for Pizza the Cat, it's going to be how are you able to impact this early game? Is it going to be putting this Jinx down? Is it going to be putting this Ahri down? Or are you getting your Fiora ahead? Because something that you can do when you have a matchup like the Fiora and the Ornn is you just leave the Fiora to her devices, keep her protected, and then she'll win the isolated 1v1 and be a massive side lane menace later in the game. Then that'll opens up your early game jungler to start making plays elsewhere on the map. And then you've got 2 winning lanes maybe. That's a winning recipe. Because what I will say is, Uatomo Gray, they've gone for a super stock standard simple composition. All out team fighting with an Ahri to sort of bridge you to the mid game. This composition basically plays itself, and it does feel like that puts the burden of execution on Clark on the red side here. So I am looking at, are they able to get this Fiora going? Are they able to get this Jarvan going? Are they going to make the mid game picks with this Ashe? Because I do think Soraka Veigar, while that can shore up your scaling somewhat, and the Soraka in particular could be an X factor later on, is it enough into what is just a flat-out 5v5 all-out deathball composition?
Yeah, it's really interesting when you take a look at the nature of the team comps here, Hawk, because for the side of Clark, they're the team that is the underdog, because they're 3-5. They're coming in as the lower seed, so theoretically they did lose more games in the regular season. But they have, I think, a little bit of a harder to execute team composition. Definitely. They have this Fiora in the side lane. They have this pushing bot lane in the Ashe that really wants to get ahead and try to snowball these leads. And so when you take a look at how they want to play this game, especially towards the later stages, it's not necessarily as easy as Ottawa. When you have this Ahri, you have this Ornn, and you have this Jinx, and you're just pushing forward as a sort of death ball. For Clark, you have to play your side lanes a little bit differently, make sure that the rotations are going good, especially with the Hawk shot on the side of the Ashe as well. So I think that their composition might be a little bit harder to execute, might have a little bit of a higher reward, but I'm a little bit concerned in terms of how this team can pull it off, especially since they barely got to this stage in the semifinals at this point.
And it is super interesting because I think there's sort of 2 schools of thought when it comes to drafting in a best of series. And it's when it comes to game 1 drafting philosophy in particular. And I find it really interesting. They're sort of like, hey, it's game 1. Let's do our limit test draft. And if we lose, we go back to what we're more comfortable on. But let's see if we can pull out this thing and beat them with it, do something a little unconventional. But there's also the school of thought where it's, hey, let's just play what we know we're good at until we get put on the ropes. And then that's when we pull out sort of our weird limit testy pick. So it feels to me like Ottawa has sort of gone for the, hey, we're just going to play what we know how to play. We know it's good. Let's team fight these guys and win. Whereas Clark has said, let's take out some of our more aggressive counter picks in this first game and try to beat them early, put Ottawa on the ropes and force them to change their game plan. And you know what? I do respect that, especially being on this red side. You said it. R5 Fiora, aggressively using that R5 counter pick, I think, is always the way to go when you do have that red side in draft. So you love to see it, and I will agree with you. I do think the burden of execution on them is high, and I'm not sold that they'll be able to do it. But I think if you're going to try to put Ottawa, who, again, should be the favorite in this game, on the ropes early, something like a Fiora is exactly what could do it.
Yeah, and it also creates little intricacies in the draft itself. You know, Mr. Frosty on Ottawa was confident enough to blind pick this Ornn, but if this Fiora really just rolls over him throughout this game, it can really, kind of change how Ottawa start to approach their draft. If they want to blind pick the Ornn, they have to ban the Fiora beforehand. Oh, if the Ornn is locked in, is there another counter pick that Poofeffer might have in terms of matching up against this Ornn? And so as we have this best of 3 series here in the semifinal, it will be a little bit interesting to see how they end up, manipulating this strategy through. I mean, if Ottawa ends up winning, then you probably can't play that Fiora into it just because it already lost. So like, if you can't win it like that, like what else would you do? So that's probably the conversation that these teams are having here in draft, and I'm just excited to see how it plays out. These are two teams that have had their ups and downs throughout the season. I remember we actually casted Ottawa's first matchup of the regular season going up against Juniata, who is the 1 seed. They lost that series 2-0, but have not dropped the series since, so they're looking to continue this positive momentum head into the finals for a potential date against their former counterparts.
And what an incredible run it would be to see that series run back again. I remember that was a series that we came into and we thought it would be close. And you know what? It didn't really look close. Juniata did take care of business, like you said. But Ottawa, they want that revenge. But Clark Red, they are the school that stands in their way. This Fiora pick, Poofeffer is not doing the summit. I'm going to pick Renekton into you. He has said, I am going to counter pick this tank aggressively. And again, that's something that I think you just have to do on red side, and something that we didn't really talk about, Graves, since we have the time to go more into these compositions, is this Soraka. If you want to pick that can support Fiora from across the map, all of a sudden, these 2v1s, these 3v1s, when a Soraka ult can come down on top of your Fiora all of a sudden, cleanse those grievous wounds, get you enough, healing, get you enough sustain to proc that Fiora ultimate, all of a sudden, these ganks on a scaled up side lane Fiora become real scary.
Yeah, I mean, so much healing already, and of course, the Soraka Wish can kind of cleanse some of the grievous wounds as well, so always something you got to keep in mind. There's always a little ambulance, even from long range, that can potentially try to impact these side lanes here, especially for an impactful split pusher here like Poofeffer on the Fiora. I'll be interested to see, how Clark Red decide to utilize this composition. Again, we said there's a lot of different approaches that you can go with having this Fiora in this top side of the map, especially considering the other champions that are in this in the rest of Clark Red's draft. So I think as we head into the game, the early game is really going to say a lot in terms of what Clark want to do with this draft and how they are going to execute it.
So Grapes, I've while you were talking, I came up with something, and I want to see if you agree with this. I think Clark has the call an ambulance, but not for me composition. The Fiora that all of a sudden could go from like 0 HP to 100% again in the side lane. A Jarvan that can throw his body into the enemy team, look like he's inting, and then get taken back to full. The Veigar that will go into stasis and we all think he's dead, and then he presses one button on the enemy ADC and they're gone. Just saying, call an ambulance, but not for me. Maybe that's the answer here.
That's basically what happens here with the Soraka ult. Because, the Fiora's running away, the rest of the team's chasing him, then all of a sudden, boom, 600 heal. Then you get the ulti proc, you get all the vitals onto, a tanky member here like the Trundle or the Ornn. You just eventually heal all the way up, one-shot everybody on the team, flash the emotes, do some dances on their graves and everything like that. Basically that meme, explained over and over again.
Definitely, and I think, we've been talking about it too. It is going to be, I feel like, about kind of looking like you're inting a little bit for Clark Red, because in the straight up 5v5, I feel like with the Ornn and the and Jinx potentially resetting, I think it's going to be really difficult for Clark's composition to maneuver, even with things like the Veigar cage to try to stall out fights. I just feel like there's too much backline access, particularly in that Ornn engage. If Soraka doesn't have flash, it's very easy to get on top of her and start, forcing her to kite instead of healing and potentially die. But if you're able to sort of take a 1-on-2, 1-on-3 where members are coming across the map for you and your team's trading elsewhere, and then manage to not even die or take somebody with you, that is sort of how this composition, I think, wants to play itself. Because, like I said, hyperfed Fiora on the side lane, there's nobody to answer this. The Trundle can sort of do it because Subjugate is insane, and you have the Q attack damage reduction and steroid thing that Trundle gets as well. So he sort of can answer, but that's your jungler. And so if yours in the bot lane when Baron's up, you can't send Trundle down there to match her. So it becomes such an interesting game of Ornn has to cower under his tower, but Fiora can kind of just walk up and ignore him at a point.
Yeah, and that's kind of the big thing. You can't really put this Fiora in the side lane, and actually just looking at the rest of the composition, it's hard to match the Fiora in the side lane with any one of these champions, really. I mean, I feel like in general, like the pushing power will just be enough if this Clark competition is able to get ahead, and I think that is the key. You got to use the advantage here of the Jarvan, maybe get a couple of ganks up towards the top side because you know that the mid bot can hold their own, and just make sure that you're in the right situation, that when the time comes, like, you know, things can start to go well for Clark. And we're really excited to get this semifinal matchup started. Unfortunately, there are a couple of issues here with the spectator bug to get us into game, so we're going to take a bit of a break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have game 1 action as soon as possible. We'll see you then.
That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my dude.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the NECC second stream. Unfortunately, there were some issues with getting into the game for our first game of the series between the sides of University of Ottawa and Clark Red. So unfortunately, we will not be able to show game 1 on stream. We were talking about the draft so much, Hawk, and just like, unfortunately, just we're not able to get the correct stuff in time to get onto the stream and get us into game. So we are going to be, taking a short break. We'll be on this stream until game number 2 begins, but I mean, we're super excited to still continue the rest of the coverage of this series. We're going to be back at the start of game number 2. So thank you for sticking with us, and best of luck to both teams again. We'll see you then.
Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I love that you're fine. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. when the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. action. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that giddy part into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic,
you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Me and you. Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Hello, we're back on a stream. Once again, a big apologies for the delay and for the unfortunate circumstances that happened around game number 1. Unfortunately, unable to show that first matchup between Clark and University of Ottawa. But we do have some news. It was Clark Red coming out with the victory with the split push Fiora composition. Got some stats up here to show you guys what went down. Hawk, I mean, we didn't get to see this game, but it looks like Clark took it rather handily.
It looks like they took it rather handily indeed. 15,000 gold in the lead. And, that split push Fiora looking like she got some work done. But it seems like it was the phenomenal evil power of the Veigar in the mid lane. Nearly 30,000 damage coming through. This is almost a perfect game outside of the kills, obviously. They gave up a couple of dragons, but 11 towers to 0, 1 Baron to 0. They got 3 Drakes to 2. Clark Red clearly in control of the neutrals. And Grapes, I said in between games, or during the game actually, that if Clark Red wins this game with the Fiora composition, the hard to execute composition, I think they'll win the whole series. Now, you are my witness. None of the people saw it, but I did say that. So I am making my prediction right here, right now.
And prediction for Clark, the 6th seed, overtaking Ottawa. I mean, that's some bold stuff, but I mean, if this game have anything to say about it, I wouldn't be too surprised with that outcome. And again, really big on the Fiora to just get some work done. Professor in that top side, doing a whole lot of damage it seems. And of course, we don't really have a lot of information of how this went. I mean, it looks like the game went about 33 minutes for 15,000 gold lead by the end of it. But now that, we have gone over to this next phase of game number 2 in this best of 3, some new changes can potentially be happening here for the draft. The Fiora basically was able to get through that Ornn lane pretty free, and this was a top lane matchup here that, Ottawa was willing to go into. So now, if you are, the side of University of Ottawa, maybe you can't, lock in this Ornn in the solo lane, or because you have the possibility for counter picks from Foof on the other side.
Definitely. The R5 counter pick paid off. I think there's no other way to say that. The R5 counter pick for Foof paid off. Even though we couldn't see the game played, I think it's fair to say that Fiora almost certainly had a tremendous amount of impact in that game. And that is absolutely massive. Now, in this game, Clark is now on the blue side. Ottawa will have the R5 counter pick luxury, but it does beg the question, are you going to use that counter pick for Mr. Frosty in the top lane so that he doesn't get something like Fiora picked into him? Or are you going to try to counter pick somewhere else and get a more favorable matchup on someone that's more of a carry for your team? Because I do know that Mr. Frosty is not exactly Ottawa's biggest carry. He's a bit more of a weak side top laner. So it does, I feel like, give Clark quite a massive draft advantage. And we were talking about that draft theory, Grapes. Clark said, we're going to sort of flip the script on you. We're not going to play standard. How are you going to adapt? We're going to force you to change your game plan. And it seems like that has worked. They just won a 33-minute game off of looking at the gold spikes, some Ash Jarvan shenanigans, the engage potential in the mid game. Ottawa, their standard scaling team fighting, it didn't work. So now, how do you respond in this game 2 is going to be the really important question.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of different ways that you can look at it. Of course, in the mid lane was also a pretty big disparity in terms of how that matchup ended up going. Looks like, the side of Zoom actually did pretty well on the Veigar, so that's another thing that we have to look at here as one of the newer, players and newer champions that has given rise in the meta getting into game number 2. Shortly, the draft is currently being conducted on Pro Draft, and we'll get the champions underlined as soon as possible, but I mean, there is a lot of different things that you can do if you are Ottawa. I mean, I do agree that when you take a look at Mr. Frosty's champion pool and also some of the games that we've seen on stream, it's been a lot of Ornn, been a lot of the tankier, weak side players, maybe the Volley Bear as well in the top side that he's been playing a lot of as of late. So if you are the side of Ottawa, maybe you utilize this red side a little bit differently, maybe focus your resources in terms of the draft towards maybe the mid lane in terms for a position like that you could maybe take a look at here on the side of Fatasi, or maybe in the jungle or the bottom lane, as we said, as some players that are really sticking out for this team.
Definitely. And when we talk about counter picks as well, there are safer tanks to blind than Ornn as well. And I know that seems sort of weird because Ornn is one of the strongest laning tanks in the game, but he's not necessarily the safest. Ornn is actually kind of a risky tank in a lot of ways, because of the way that his kit works. To have any sort of trading pattern, you do have to get in range. And something like a Fiora can have an absolute field day with that, especially the Telegraph CC as well. Makes it a lot harder for you as the Ornn, whereas things like Malphite, they just kind of don't care. You press Q, and that's your laning phase. There's also things like Shen. You can drop the Spirit's Refuge, a lot safer in lane, play for cross maps. There's lots of options to go to. So I do think, if you're Uado Gray, you're not hitting the panic button yet. You're not saying everything's doomed for Mr. Frosty. We've got to counterpick him or we're going to lose. I do not think that is the case whatsoever. But it is important that in this first game, Clark, the red hot team, their third win in a row, they come in, they clearly had a game plan, they executed upon it, and they will force an adaptation from Uado. And I think that is the most important thing. And to your point, Grapes, what will that adaptation be? Are they going to try to pick more around, say, mid, say, jungle, where they know they can make plays?
Yeah, and I think the biggest word here is comfort as a whole. I think this Ottawa team definitely isn't super afraid of being in this situation. They actually were playing. They actually were in this situation, I think, a fair amount, especially towards the end of the season. In their last 4 weeks of play, all dropped a game on each map, and so, sorry about that. They did actually lose in week number 5 against the University of Ottawa. Ottawa played Clark. Let's take a reset here. Sorry, it's been a bit of a delay. Reset here. Let's talk about.
We just had like a half hour of not casting games. We've got to lock it back in.
Here we go. Deep breath. Here we go. Okay. Clark played against Ottawa in week 5 of the NECC season. In that series, it was a 2-1 in Ottawa's favor, which means that there was a situation where Ottawa did drop a game to Clark in the past, and they still ended up prevailing, still ended up taking that series. That was the point that I was trying to get out here, but I think that Ottawa here in this situation, they played a draft that was pretty standard, and I think at this point Clark kind of showed their cards early, and so now there are points here for the side of Ottawa to maybe reevaluate the situation and adapt again as we get ready for this draft. I'm excited to see what they will do, especially on this red side with the potential for a ton of counter picks.
And it is important to sort of point out that this Uado Gray team, they won 7 series for a reason. It wasn't like they had to 2-0 everybody. They were allowed to stumble at times and still win the series. And that's what matters. And so the fact that they have dropped games against people before, that is normal. That is what good teams do even. And as you say, it's being able to show that adaptation. And so for Ottawa, I do think that will be important. You've got such an incredible bottom side of the map, and we've seen that Mr. Frosty is a solid weak side top laner, but not the focal point of the team. In game 1, Clark said, we're going to exploit that. We're going to attack you. Now, Ottawa, how do you go on the offensive? Do you go on the offensive top side? Do you go on the offensive elsewhere? We know that this team can adapt. They've got the counter pick to do it. We are underway in draft, and already Victor, Echo, Alistar taking the board.
Yep, just a quick update. It does look like the sides are in the correct order in terms of players, but just the graphic here is swapped. Clark on the blue side, Ottawa on the red side, as we were mentioning earlier on in the draft. Looks like Fatasi is getting a lot of target here in this ban phase early on. The Victor and the Echo both taken away. On the other side, more towards Demo in that Alistar and the Blitzcrank. Final ban going to be that Alawi targeted towards Mr. Frosty. Top laner that, I don't think we've seen him play too much throughout the season, but maybe there is a potential pocket pick that is there.
That is such an interesting ban. It wasn't banned in game 1 either. So this is interesting. I feel like Clark has... the sides are flipped, by the way, just for anyone that's curious. It is indeed on the blue side, Ottawa Gray on the red. And it seems to be like Clark has something that they feel like they're afraid of there. I'm actually really curious, but either way, it is going to be the Volibear locked in for Poofeffer. And I want to point out that this was a blind pick volley, blue 3, with Jarvan already locked in as well. Spoiler alert coming through right now. So really interesting. They showed their top lane hand very early, it seems.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that actually it is Mr. Frosty that has a lot of Volibear games in his solo queue account, and Poofeffer was the one who blind picked that. So in terms of maybe just taking something away from Mr. Frosty, again, it seems like the top lane is sort of the target here for the side of Clark. Mr. Frosty does end up responding here with the Shen, which was one of those tanks that you said Hawk has a little bit of a stronger laning phase, and it was picked into the Volibear, so it looks like a matchup that Mr. Frosty will be comfortable in, especially considering that he also has a ton of experience on this champion.
Definitely. I don't. Shen's definitely a champion that can just absorb lanes. I don't know if he's necessarily stronger than Ornn in the sense that I actually feel like Ornn does a lot of damage when he's allowed to. But Shen's super safe, and he can neutralize pressure for days. He's got the Spirit's Refuge to knock it all in. He's got the taunt that he can use offensively or defensively. Can CS under tower really effectively with the Q. And most importantly, Stand United is even better now in Season 12 with the teleport changes. You're the only one that can really join bottom side skirmishes. And I'm actually excited to see this pick pulled out because it's been one that I've sort of been thinking about ever since those teleport changes is something that top laners could go to. Not the strongest champion in general right now, which is probably why we haven't been seeing it. But I do think this is a very exciting pick, and I do think this is one that Mr. Frosty should be able to at least neutralize some pressure on.
So some spicy pickups here towards the bottom lane as we were discussing the top side. And hey, the bot lanes are where maybe this Shen ultimate can go to try and support. And it looks like all eyes will be down towards Zhao M in the bot lane, locking in that Kai'Sa alongside the Renata. So a lot of safety here for an aggressive bot lane pickup here for the University of Ottawa. You have the sort of semi-revive with the Renata Glass. You also have the Stand United, as you said, on this Shen. So a lot of reset potential, a lot of survivability potential, a lot of revives available here, especially with the Viego as well for O'Kyler. Quick update again on the bans. It looks like they're all fire supports bans on the Ottawa side, but again, as it was pro drafted, things were just a little bit different here. If we want to just run through some of the stuff that was taken away on the Ottawa side, it was Fizz, Veigar, and Diana in phase number 1, Orianna and Yasuo in phase number 2. So just some things that we want to keep in mind. It was not actually the support pool getting targeted super heavily by Ottawa. It was actually more the mid lane that was the topic of conversation.
Definitely taking away some of those aggressive picks. But like you say, Grapes, before, this bot lane is super interesting. The Renata was picked into the Ashe, and I find this very interesting. It was R4, so the Ashe, the Volley, and the Jarvan had already been locked in. And Renata is great into things like Volley and Jarvan. Renata's actually surprisingly good into dive, despite how squishy and immobile she is, because she can just pop the hostile takeover, the ultimate, and make teammates complete chaos. And you can't get out of it if you're running at her, right? Because it forces you, it's a huge zoning tool. So it's really good in that sense. Against something like Ashe, I feel like you're kind of just a free pick. So this is a super, super interesting bot lane. I think it's a great Renata angle when you look at things like Ahri, Jarvan, Volibear. I think it's really, really scary when you look at things like Ashe Seraphine that can kind of just pick you off and blow you up from across the map. And the Kai'Sa will have some of that counter dive potential. So there is synergy in that sense. But I think what I'm really getting at here, Grapes, is this has created an extremely volatile bot lane.
Yeah, definitely so. It is the Kai'Sa Renata against this Ashe Seraphine bot lane. So some more targets here towards Clark in terms of just getting these lane dominant drafts. In game number 1, it was the Ashe Soraka, still sticking to that bot laner here for the side of Clark. And it seems like that is also a place where they were able to generate a decent amount of their advantage in game number 1. Of course, the story was both about the Fiora and the Veigar in that game, but Ashe was also able to hold true. It didn't seem like it was too much of a difference in that regard. So looks like they were able to do a decent amount, especially with their jungler, in terms of just impacting that map and getting the advantage here. And now against this Kai'Sa, who again is a little bit more of a short-range pick, the poke will still definitely be there, maybe even more so with the Seraphine on her side.
Definitely. And looking towards this early game now, we've talked about they've got a lot of playmaking, in particular Clark. They got the Jarvan again. They clearly want their jungler to get going in these games. So what does that mean for this early game, though? And what it really comes down to is actually a super interesting mid matchup. LeBlanc and Ahri. Very volatile, very aggressive, very early to mid game focus from both teams. I am really interested. The LeBlanc was last picked into the Ahri. I don't love the Ahri LeBlanc matchup for the LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc a lot of times just gets pushed in, and Ahri having Prio a lot of the time makes LeBlanc a lot less threatening of a pick. But what I will say is with the Jarvan, level 2 gank towards mid, you've got the option to go red, straight to mid, pass through gank, get Ahri's flash. You got the option to go red Raptors, and then instead of just doing Gromp to get level 3, you go red Raptors, pass through gank towards mid, get the Ahri's flash. That way your LeBlanc can go W chain, even potentially get a kill with the chain coming in on the backside. You also could do red Raptors all the way around to Gromp, double back to mid, gank mid. There's a lot of ways to attack this Ahri before the Spirit Rush comes through. And if she is playing for that prio, it gives you so many options, because I think unlocking LeBlanc is the key for Clark. Your Renato with a Shen is super very, very good at winning fights. I lost my words there. They're really, really good at winning fights, but they're bad at starting them. So they need their Jarvan, they need their LeBlanc to be able to come down there and help facilitate the aggressive plays, facilitate those dives. But to do that, you've got to unlock the LeBlanc in that unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, and we'll see how that ends up going. Of course, didn't really work out that well for Ottawa in game number 1 in the mid lane matchup against the Ahri. In the other side of the matchup, Fatasi was playing the Ahri in that game. So now Zoom will get his hands on this pick and see how it will match up against a little bit of a different opponent here in the LeBlanc. And as you said, probably a little bit Ahri favored in that matchup, and especially again for the side of Clark, picking up a 2v2 lane here. Picking up a mid jungle 2v2. That can really impact the map here with the Jarvan again for Cat. We see the screen transitioning, and I think we finally have League of Legends on our screen. We got Clark on the blue side, Ottawa Gray on the red side. Let's do it. Game number 2 of the NECC semifinals.
Grapes, we finally see Summoner's Rift, and it has never looked so beautiful. Keep your eyes on the mid jungle. Can they take down this LeBlanc before she gets scary? I was talking about Ahri. I flipped my mids. I'm sorry, but the point still stands. Can you get your Ahri prio? Can you get her unlocked to make plays on the bottom side? Because if you can bring the party, the Shen submarine down to the bottom lane, you ought to agree they could just be put on the ropes.
And then they're going to need it. Ottawa needs this victory to stay even and stay alive here in the season. And this is a best of 3, so if Clark take this win, it is their ticket to the finals with the winner of that Juniata series. Look at the mini-maps right now. Both the junglers starting on the top side of the map will be going down towards this bot lane, which we were referring to, Hawk, as one of the most volatile lanes that there are in this game.
And this is really interesting to me, because this signals to me that Pizza the Cat is just going to full clear down to bottom side, which, well, that is perfectly fine. We've been talking about it. Bot mid is the name of the game. So you want to end your clear bot side. Well and dandy. This is not like a misplay from Pizza the Cat. I would have liked to see him do a more aggressive, like, red Raptors Gromp, red level 2 gank mid, something along those lines. Because if you're just going to full clear alongside the Viego, well, yes, you can win the match pathing in the river. You out 1v1 the Viego early game. I feel like the big draw of Jarvan is you can gank sooner. Viego just wants to clear all 6 camps and back. Jarvan, you want to make as many ganks happen as possible. So I feel like spending more time ganking, less time farming would be what I want to see. So we'll see. Pizza the Cat has already actually skipped the wolves as I am saying this. So he is skipping camps, but it is just a little bit more unconventional and will leave up those wolves to be picked up later on.
Yeah, I guess it's the red-blue Gromp, but just sort of in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
It seems like Pizza the Cat really wants to make an impact onto the bot side of the map. Up top lane, though, Mr. Frosty getting very, very low here. Poof looking for the kill. Both flashes were expended and no kill to be had, but already the Volibear showing his dominance up in the top side.
Flash for flash already, and beautiful laning right there from Poof. He knew that Mr. Frosty leashed. So the Viego, I just said, he wants to clear all 6 camps and back. He's not going to gank top. Poof knows he's got the isolated 1v1, and he takes it, forcing Mr. Frosty to back early. Teleport already expended, and that's pretty massive on something like the Shed as well, because you can't stand United somewhere else and then teleport back anymore. So huge cooldown already blown. Poof going to be able to basically take a cheater recall, pick up the Ruby Crystal, have that teleport advantage. Definitely feels pretty good for the volley.
Let's see what that ends up meaning. Of course, both the flashes were used. Pfeffer not going to be using his teleport to get back to lane, as he did end up getting that wave under tower or going for that reset. So looks like a pretty good spot here for this Volibear. We'll be able to maybe potentially impact the top side in terms of getting extra advantages even more as we get later on into this game. Scuttle Crab was claimed on the bottom side by Kyler, which means Pizza the Cat will be headed towards the top side as his lane is getting pushed in here down in the bottom lane. Zhao and Dark Utopia actually getting the better end of this 2v2.
And this is really interesting. Ashe Seraphine is a lane that I would normally expect to have the push, but it seems like Zhao and Dark Utopia have just been positioning pretty aggressively, and I've also noticed Demo's been using a lot of his poke on the champions instead of the minions, meaning that the wave shove is reduced, whereas we've seen Dark Utopia throwing those shields right through the minions to help push the wave. Either way, it does mean that Zhao is able to take a nice early back, get a pickaxe, have a bit of a CS lead as well, so feels pretty good for the bottom lane of U Ottawa, but again, top lane, Foof already looking nice.
So actually not a lot of action, despite our sort of expectations that this mid jungle would be a big impact early on. Just kind of both junglers going for their clears respectively, getting the full clear plus the second spawning of their camps as they end up coming up. Interesting to note, Pizza the Cat going with the Conquer, not with that sort of money printing build that we've been seeing in some of the major regions, things with that Turbo Chem Tank into the Zhonya's Hourglass. Instead, going for a little bit more damage, and we'll see if it makes any impact here. Cassie forced to destroy it away, thinks that Pizza was spotted on a ward. Doesn't look like any blood will be spilled just yet.
No, and I do want to briefly talk about jungle pathing, as it is a slow early game. And again, Pizza the Cat, just for any jungler out there, Red Raptor's Gromp is faster when you have to double back and do then, like, say you don't find a play, right? You're not going to be able to gank like you want to. It's faster to do Red Raptor's Gromp and then go back and do Blue Wolves Bot Crab into Krugs. It's a more efficient clear than whatever Pizza the Cat did with, like, the Blue Gromp, Red something,
and Krugs, and back up to Raptors.
Back up to Raptors, back up to Wolves. Yeah, that's a slower path. So it is important. I think Pizza the Cat was looking for an aggressive gank, and the angle, unfortunately for him, wasn't there. But that is why in pro play a lot, you'll see these junglers that are playing aggressively. They'll do Red Raptor's Gromp regardless of which side of the map they want to end up on, because it just gives you a lot of options. You can gank top, you can gank mid, or you can double back the bot, no harm, no foul, whichever one you decide to do.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Pizza the Cat wanted to do that. I think with the pushing bot lane, maybe wanted to have a little bit more impact towards that bottom side. Fortunately, didn't end up working out. But focusing our attention back bottom, it is actually the side of Ottawa getting this first dragon. Unless the steal comes through, Pizza the Cat unable to secure that fight. But now they're going to go for the fight. Here comes Zoom. He has the extra push. There's the extra shield. There's the revival to try to come through, but no luck just yet. Mr. Frosty coming in with the Stand United as well, but his first blood already on the side of Clark. Can Ottawa respond? Here comes the stun, missing in onto I'm Glitching, and it looks like Ottawa have to run for the hills. 1-for-0 on the side of Clark.
It's the mid priority, the Ari Grapes. It's Zoom that's able to get to the play first, and despite you Ottawa picking up the dragon, they're able to find first blood for their Seraphine. Mr. Frosty.
More flash over the wall, and Pizza the Cat secures a kill onto Mr. Frosty. Now Kyler has to run away here, has the Black Mist to try and keep himself safe. And what an aggressive play coming out from the mid jungle of Clark. They see the low health Shen. They don't care that the rest of the Ottawa team is still in the area. They go for the kill and they capitalize.
That's just clean team fighting right there, Grapes. I'm already impressed. Clark coming out in this game number 2. Early game, they've got the Jarvan, they've got the Ari. Mid prio is king. Zoom gets the fight first, and we talked about Jarvan outfights the Viego early as well, which meant that even with the Stand United coming through, it was never a 5v4. It was a 4v4, and then another 4v4, and Clark found 2 kills off the backside, thanks to a nice ward, catching the Shen.
And the really unfortunate part about all of this here, Hawk, is that Mr. Frosty used the ultimate. He already didn't have that teleport due to the unfortunate trade that he took from Pfeffer early. He's now down 30 CS. During all of that time, Pfeffer was able to stay topside. His bot lane still got ahead. They're up 2-0. And now Pfeffer has 2 plates already taken out of that 30 CS lead and nearly has the fully completed Rift Maker that he's going here on this sort of Magic Bear. So, really unfortunate spot here if you are Mr. Frosty on this Shen. And that's kind of the risk that you run or going for some of these global plays early on.
I mean, just look at the items, Grapes. That's 2 Ruby Crystals and boots to a Blasting Wand and a Leeching Leer. And no, don't tell me. Don't do it to him. He's already suffered enough.
The wave is going to come soon enough. I think it might be a little bit risky. Of course, they do have the Stormbringer to kind of deny the turret, but it is still a bit of a tanky Shen. Doesn't look like Clark want to go for that top dive just yet. You see Pizza Cat still sticking in the area. It is a cannon wave that will be spawning down under the turret. Back was cancelled here through the lightning that Pfeffer was able to find. Here comes the wave. Here comes the gank. Stun going to come through. The taunt will land. And here comes the flag and drag. Stormbringer forward, followed by the Cataclysm. And that is just all too easy. Pizza the Cat picking up kill number 2.
And top lane has blown itself wide open for presumably the second game in a row. Charm goes wide mid. Zoom, though, should be safe after taking a big trade from Feitassi. And, man, Poofeffer playing the dive nicely, forcing out the taunt early, ulting after the fact in tandem with Pizza the Cat's Cataclysm. They're able to pick up the kill. And now, that's 3 plates taken. That is a 40 CS lead at 9.5 minutes. Poofeffer with Kyler up at the top side. He is under no threat, just going to take a base and presumably get that Rift Maker, but no, maybe not quite having the gold just yet.
Such clean gameplay so far from Clark. I mean, we didn't get to watch that first game, but I'm sure it was probably much of the same, impacting the top side of the map a little bit here, allowing for Poofeffer to get ahead, and also the rest of his lanes are, you know, still ending up surviving here. And now it's a 2K gold lead for the side of Clark. Very, very confident to confirm this sweep in this semi-final matchup. I'm glitching in a little bit of trouble. Here comes the ultimate forward from Zhao. The killer instinct is just enough to secure the kill as the charm will come through from Demo. Don't know if it's enough to save his life, but the minion wave is not in a good enough spot. The Ottawa bot laners will back out with just that 1 kill.
I was just about to talk about it, Grapes, and sure enough, the 2v2 comes through because as much as Clark has looked great in the team fighting and the decisiveness of their plays, the bot lane 2v2 is not going in their favor. And again, this is a 2v2 that I would favor the Seraphine in as Zoom forced to ult.
A lot of trouble here, maybe. Feitassi already burning the ultimate with the Mimic chain. He doesn't have any more cooldowns to do any more damage onto Zoom, but that got a little bit close. If Feitassi had that ignite instead of the teleport, we might be talking a whole different story. But instead, it is Zoom just able to get out alive, keep himself in a good position here in this second game.
Definitely a little touch and go for right there. Zoom, excuse me, for a moment, but not going down is critical. Giving up a solo kill to the LeBlanc in this matchup would definitely be a problem for your game plan. If you're assuming that bot lane is an acceptable loss, you need to keep your mid lane online. Remember, mid priority for this Jarvan is king. So, you want to agree, they've got a kill now on carry as well as a 17 CS lead. That's going to translate into their second dragon of the game. We'll see if Clark wants to respond. They have ultimates available on many, but no, dragon just drops. Ottawa, they're able to pick up another neutral. So the gold in favor of Clark, the objectives in favor of Ottawa, and remember the scaling, the team fighting, you'd have to think that Ottawa wins it if it goes the distance.
Yeah, they have the Shen, they have a LeBlanc assassin, they have Viego, who definitely outscales that Jarvan and is already farming rather nicely. And of course that Kai'Sa, who can do a whole lot of damage regardless of what build she ends up going. So Ottawa's still in a good spot to potentially get into that later stage of the game. But for now, it is just Clark doing whatever they want, especially up here in this top side. First turret taken under the nose of Mr. Frosty. Pepper doing whatever he wants. And now going to try to go for the fight himself. Has to be careful though, the junglers both have arrived. Flag and Drag will land on the Kyler, and the dive will come in onto Viego. Here comes the Stand United, but it's not enough to save the life of Kyler. He will go down. Spirit's Refuge buys a little bit of time, but certainly not enough. A double kill onto the Volley Bear, and the top side for Clark is once again blown into smithereens.
Well, Poofeffer just went from being kind of fed to mega fed, but the bottom lane could be the same story.
Hostile takeover under the tower, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. I'm glitching, might have been doing a little bit of that in terms of finding his skill shots. So just an ultimate traded for ultimate. They'll have that killer instinct and the encore on cooldown ready to go. But once again, Ottawa bot lane getting ahead up 20 CS. They have that kill in the 2v2. They're going to pick up their first plate, and that is where you need to start snowballing this lead if you are Ottawa.
So the bot lane 2v2 continues to go in favor of Ottawa, but for Clark, this is a big bear. He went from just having a big CS lead to having a tower and
Ignite.
2 kills.
Cassie's dead. Zoom with the solo kill. Again, an Ignite difference there in the 1v1. Really great stuff coming out of Zoom, getting another kill into the hands of Clark. Try to cut you off there, Hawk, but the solo kill had to be made. Rift Herald popped down on the bottom side. Will certainly take the entirety of this turret with help of Zhao. The Cat and Demo still in the area, and Kyler doing whatever he wants down bottom.
All of a sudden, this game has just exploded. It's the top side exploding in favor of Clark. It's the bottom side continuing to explode in favor of Ottawa. This game is just getting even more polarized. But just as I said earlier, Grapes, as much as a kill would have been disastrous if it had gone to Feitassi, now it's Zoom able to pick up the solo kill in the mid. That's definitely going to make this game easier. 2,500 gold, well, more like 2,000, is the advantage for Clark. But remember, the Dragons are the advantage for Uottawa, and they've got a Fed Kaisa as well. These mid-game team fights are shaping up to be incredibly competitive.
And if you're focusing a lot of your attention towards the top side of the map to get a snowball's gold lead, it's okay to give up a dragon or two if you are Clark.
Absolutely.
The only problem now is making sure that you secure this third one. Don't fall to soul point just 16 minutes into the game. And if you are Ottawa, that is a massive advantage that you can open up. You get to force team fights whenever you want with the threat of a dragon soul always in hand. It will be that cloud rift across the map. Or you can just continue to stall the game out. And again, we were talking about how this is a bit of a late game team composition. Now mid lane, outer turret, under fire here and under siege as Clark will go for the invade. Pizza the Cat looking for Kyler. Spectrum Maw will land the stun. It's just a bit of a disengage. They don't want any of the smoke from Pizza.
You know, you say that Uottawa can try to stall out the game, but what I will say is that Clark has a composition that is built to not let a team stall. The Volibear, the Jarvan, the Ashe, they've got the go buttons. I mean, look at how respectfully in that sequence, Uottawa was playing of the all-in threat from Clark. Just the Volibear and the Jarvan being together in the mid lane force Uottawa to match numbers, and that is respect being paid right there to the engaged potential. Oh, Kyler ulting over. This is aggressive.
They're gonna go for a big help on the side of Foof, but not enough. Shutdown into the hands of Kyler. Gonna be feeling really good on this. Viego continuing to be accelerated as the most CS on his team, has that Kraken Slayer completed. Gonna be doing a whole lot come the later games as well.
Well, this somewhat magic bear does not have any armor, so he looked like paper up there, and that is a big shutdown going to the Viego. Definitely a kill that you need to pick up if you are Uottawa, and talk about scaling the game, stalling it out a little bit more. That is the kind of pick that you need to make. So really nicely done from Uottawa. Unfortunately for Poofeffer, not able to find the to the sky. No, that's Jace. I don't know. The ultimate over the wall. Stormbringer. Thank you. Over the wall, and ends up going down.
That's the thing. I guess if you're a play-by-play, you need to know the ultimates. Your color,
yeah.
Just say Volibear R. Doesn't really matter.
If I was gonna take a League of Legends Ultimate test right now, I'd maybe get a C on it. So like passing grade, but like not good. You know, it's like the kind of test that my parents would like talk to me about after the fact. But either way, we got a dragon.
Wait, yeah, Ottawa just firmly grasping control over this bottom pit, and Clark just fine with giving it up, I guess. Pizza was in the area, maybe could look for a steal with the flagging track, had the flash even as well. So it's just Ottawa getting another Drake.
Poofeffer had no TP, and he just used it. So I'm wondering if he actually TP'd up to the top side to Cryo on the tier 2, which I don't know if I agree with. Now, granted, the Volibear didn't have ulti, so maybe they're saying we can't fight anyway. As arrow to lands, cleanse. Ooh, but it does mean tower.
This is such an odd game here, Hawk. The Dragons are still going in favor of Ottawa, but you still see how scared they are of this death ball that Clark have set up. They let the mid tower fall. They don't really care about, you know, allowing that siege to continue here. And there's just a bit of a difference in terms of how these teams want to play. I will say the gold lead is continuing to shrink as you go forward. Only 2,000 now, as it was around 3 or 4 at around the 10-minute mark or so. So Ottawa finding ways back into this game, and that's always a little bit thing you have to worry about if you are Clark, considering the scaling that this team has.
It has definitely stagnated a bit for Clark. You know, they're still ahead, and they have quite a big pressure advantage, but I don't feel like it's big enough. You know, you talk about the fact that the bottom lane didn't go their way, or the fact that we didn't really say this at all. Uottawa got the Rift Herald and was able to use that in the bottom lane to continue to snowball. So things like that, when you are this more early mid-game focused team, make the game harder for you if you're not able to secure them. And you know, been talking about how it's a weird game, and I definitely agree. And I think part of it is we came into the series and we were talking about these two junglers, and for as good of a game as I think both of them have had, you know, Kyler's had great dragon control, Pizza the Cat, 2-0-3 on the Jarvan. I feel like the game really has not been about them. It's just been about the side laners for both teams. This bottom lane for Uottawa and Poofeffer for Clark, making just solo plays, it feels like, and really dictating the pace of the game in such a polarizing way on opposite sides of the map. And it's really just created an interesting dynamic. But either way, we do have a bit of a scuffle over the Rift Herald on the top side. Remember, Poofeffer has no TP.
like Pizza will be able to secure this one. Second Herald going down.
Oh, Dark
Now
Utopia.
Dark Utopia is under a little bit of fire here. There comes the hostile takeover, and now the collapse is in for Ottawa. Killer instinct forward from Zhao, but Dark Utopia is about to go down, but the Stand United will keep the Renata alive. I'm glitching calls first to the side of Fantasy, but now the rest of the kills are coming in for Ottawa as well. Another finally follows as Pizza the Cat is able to take down Dark Utopia, but now the chase continues to go down. Fantasy has the flash, will use it to land that chain. The root comes through. Is the damage enough? The electrocute, the distortion, and the shutdown onto Pizza. And Ottawa strike right back despite losing the Rift Herald. They pick up 3 kills.
Ottawa, they lose the Rift Herald and 2 towers on the bottom side, but as you say, it's 3 kills. Beautiful team fighting this time around from them. It was a teleport advantage on Tussie, and you know, Mr. Frosty's had a rough game so far, but that Stand United was beautiful. Dark Utopia bought so much time on the backside, only to be saved by the Shen. He ended up dropping, but it took too damn long. The 2 kills had already been traded back. Tussie able to pick up a 3rd one on the backside as well. They're gonna get 1 tower to somewhat even up the trade. Ultimately, I think the trade favors you, Ottawa, because they do have the scaling, but Clark, they did still get a lot off of that off screen.
Now, we have to set our expectations here, Hawk, because in 1 minute and 35 seconds, that 4th dragon is going to spawn. And even though all that fighting still happened, it's still Clark with a slight gold lead here in this situation. They were able to get some towers here. The hull breaker is available onto Pfeffer. So now they have some of the items coming through. 2 items here on Pfeffer. 1.5 on a lot of the rest of the players here. They need to fight for this Dragon Soul, or else it will just go over to the side of you, Ottawa. Looking for maybe a bit of a pick early on as the arrow goes wide. Zhao not going to get hit by that arrow.
I'm glitching has really not been able to find any impactful arrows this game, unfortunately. You know, Zhao has had the cleanse, and he's not really been able to hit any other targets, which definitely stifles a lot of your playmaking ability. Piece of the Cat is going to go end up farming the Krugs. And you, Ottawa, they're starting to have some of their items come online. This is a crit Kaisa with the Kraken Slayer, so it's not some 3-item hyper-scaling Kaisa. She's still going to do a lot of damage later on, but it means that she does damage now, because man, when you're sitting on like a mana mune that's not fully stacked in a lost chapter, that feels real bad when you're playing Kaisa. So, in a lot of ways, I think it's good not to see that as the option. And I do want to say, Cloud Soul in 30 seconds, not the most impactful soul for you, Ottawa. I don't think their team synergizes very well with it, and Cloud Soul is already the worst to begin with. So, it does mean that if you're Clark, you can afford to give that one up and fight for something like Elder Dragon. You're saying, hey, we lose when this game goes late. Why not kind of let them take this dragon and maybe win an earlier Elder fight before the scaling comes online? I don't know. Food for thought. We'll see if they do it. Either way, Herald's been summed up for mid-trio.
Yeah, looks like Clark want to push the pace right now. Hostile takeover will send Pfeffer back, but here comes the flag and drag from Pizza. Watch Kyler on the backside. Spectrum Maul does land a stun onto the Jarvan. Still, all 5 members of Clark University are strong, have the shields, are fully stacked in terms of HP, and are going to be starting up this dragon.
I will say, Ottawa does not have to fight for this, but maybe they want their soul. Posturing.
There they go. Here's the fight. They will turn on the Kyler first. Encore goes wide, and Pizza the Cat is very low. Stormbringer does a whole lot of damage onto the back line, and Dark Utopia will fall. It is the side of Pizza falling, and now on the other side of the fight, and now Kyler's getting the resets. Kyler is taking over. A triple kill onto the Viego. Can they make it more? Maybe not onto Kyler, but the rest of the team will try to finish the job. Zoom and Pfeffer are trying to stay alive, trying to delay as much time as they possibly can. How much can this Fed Volley Bear do? Zoom lands a charm, has a decent amount of damage, but here comes the Dragon Soul. Fantasy lands the final blow onto his lane opponent, and Pfeffer has to run for the hills. Here comes Kyler straight from his taken of that Cloud Drake, and that is the ace secured for Ottawa. They now have the gold lead, they now have the Cloud Soul, and they now are in firm control of game number 2.
I think Kyler heard me say that this game hasn't really been about the junglers, and he said I took that personally. The Viego just ran a train through that team fight, picking off the reset on the front line. And even though Pfeffer landed a massive Volibear ultimate on the backside, again, Dark Utopia, you know, maybe 0-3-3 in this game, but this Renata has bought so much time in team fights. Do not let the scoreline fool you. It has been absolutely insane how much time he's been able to buy. Zhao did not get taken down by the volley. The ultimate to buy time, the W to buy time from the Renata. It took them, again, too damn long to kill the support. And you, Ottawa, they found their fight. And, you know, Clark, Now, you don't really have a choice. I think your win condition is Hail Mary for Elder because you have not had control of this game now for a few minutes.
What a turnaround here from Ottawa. It looks so clean from Clark in the early game. It was looking similar to what they were able to pull off in game number 1. The macro play, the team fighting out of Ottawa has just taken over. They're able to pick up the Dragons whenever they can, and now they have this soul and a massive advantage as well as this gold lead.
And I think in a lot of ways, it makes a lot of sense because game 1 went similarly where Clark just decimated the top side. The Fiora is not nearly as good doing this hard split push 1-3-1 style that Clark seems to want to play as the Volibear. Yeah, it's a whole breaker Volibear, but it's just straight up not as good of a split pusher, and Shen is better at matching as well. So it means that Ottawa is much more successful in finding team fights because their whole team can rotate faster, and the side lane threat is way less than it was in game number 1. So it feels like Clark, they're sort of still sticking to the same game plan. I think in a lot of ways, Poofeffer's kind of thrown himself at the side lanes a little too much, and it's really showed. And Ottawa, again, credit to them. They've punished beautifully. They adapted in draft. I said I wanted to see it happen. They did so. Blind pick Volley, it got ahead early, but it's not really been able to get much done outside of some of those early game plays.
And for now, we just gotta wait. I feel like for the side of Ottawa, they're okay with just continuing this scale, continuing to push their advantage lead already ballooning to about 2,000. See the item breakpoint starting to come through. Lord Doms on Zhao. You see this, the Shadow Flame on Fatassi. The Wit's End and now working toward the Guardian Angel for Kyler. So a lot of these late game champions starting to get their late game items here, Hawk. And now with them in an advantageous situation, it's seeming like a pretty straightforward path to a game 2 victory.
Yeah, LeBlanc, Luden, Shadow Flame, gonna delete all your carries. And by the way, that's everybody, because again, this is a Nashers, a Riftmaker, Hullbreaker, Volibear. Not a tanky bear in the slightest for Poofeffer here. And the Kaisa, Kraken, Lord Dom. So even if you thought that, hey, tankiness might be a problem, they're going to get absolutely shredded by this Kaisa. The damage comes from everywhere, and that's not even to talk about this Kraken Slayer Viego. Mid tower should be taken down by Zhao. One more auto will do it, or the cannon minion even can take it. They're only 2,500 gold in the lead, but with the soul, the control that they have is just immense. It just feels like compositionally, they've weathered the storm of this Clark early game, and they're going to push it to a game 3.
Of course, we still have this very strong Silencer in Poofeffer. While he's not super tanky, there's a whole lot of damage and has a lot of attack speed. Let's see how he fares in the 1v2. Stun already landing, but he just melts instantly.
Is a lot.
Doesn't even use the ultimate. Finally does, but it's just too late. Kyler now unstoppable. But now with this jungler of Ottawa down to the bottom side, Clark gonna try to start up this Baron. Here comes the teleport coming in from Fatassi, and now Clark is closed in. What can the collapse bring for the side of Clark? Flag and Drag does land onto the block. They're gonna try to collapse on the mid laner early on, and they might just get the kill, but he's able to distort back. Hostile takeover again, buys the time. And here comes the Stand United. Big shield, big charm, big cataclysm coming out from Pizza, but Kyler finally arriving to the fight, and it is now just all too easy for the side of the University of Ottawa. A double kill onto Mr. Frosty, glitching in a whole lot of trouble. He'll go down as well. A triple onto the Shen, and a clean 5 for 0 ace for the side of the University of Ottawa. They're headed to the Baron, and they will take it down.
Clark tries to start the Baron, but this Ashe is just a pea shooter compared to the Kaisa, compared to the Viego, and impressively, they actually almost managed to disengage the fight, but it wasn't enough. The re-engage comes through from Pizza the Cat, but it's a re-engage back to the grave. Ottawa, once again, they find the fight. After the pick in the side, they get the Baron, and if there were any doubts about their control over this game, those have almost certainly been silenced. Oh, Kyler, he's still in the area.
Yeah, Mr. Frosty still a little bit not doing so well in terms of that 1v1. He's going to pick that one up. Kyler on the other side will be able to pick up the trade. So just the 1-for-1 actually technically does favor Clark in this situation. Can Pizza do anything? He's 4 levels down to the Kyler. Wow, look at this arm difference that is happening here. But there comes the arrow coming out from Glitchin. Flash will be here. Now Pizza Cat will follow up. Gets that Guardian Angel. Crucially, Pizza has not utilized that Cataclysm just yet. Might be able to do so to knock it down. There comes the Dragon Strike and 1k into the heart of the Jarvan.
Elder is coming up right now, and O'Kyler's down. I think if you're going to Hail Mary it as Clark, now's the time to go. I'm glitching is really low. That Viego does so much damage. Critically, they got the GA as well. We'll have to see what they're able to do. Pizza the Cat. Has Cataclysm.
Going over the wall. There's the dashes, and the front line is down for the side of Clark. Finally, the Cataclysm comes through, but to no avail when you have the late game threat of Ottawa. Now the carries are fed online. Teleports coming through as well. Mr. Frosty headed to mid lane. Gonna try to crack open this base.
Man, Grapes, I was talking like they're going to go to the river and set up some line of scrimmage or something. And Tussie said, screw that. I'm going to delete your backline. Goes in, gets the double. Zhao picks up one as well. Pizza the Cat can't do anything but die with his team. And now 5 strong. Ottawa, they've got the push with the Baron. But no, they're going to drop back to the Elder after taking the mid and him. Either way, 30 minutes into the game, they're 8,000 gold in the lead. They're a soul in the lead. They're a Baron in the lead. And soon comes the Elder.
This is a safe play. You could have tried to go for the end and tried to potentially just finish it off right now. When you have the scaling here on the side of the University of Ottawa, it's not necessarily worth it. You could just take this Elder Dragon in a more secure, clean fight, especially now with Kyler back onto the Rift, and really make sure that you are able to clean up game number 2. Send your team to this decisive game number 3 with all on the line. That trip to the finals at stake. Right now, Ottawa's looking in good hands.
The trip to the final in Challengers Yellow. An all-important ticket indeed. And, you know, I want to say, Grapes, credit to O'Kyler. I said this game wasn't really about him early on, and that was true, but this jungler did everything he needed to. Pfeffer going to try to teleport out. Should make it.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, nicely done. But O'Kyler, you know, hadn't really done much in the early game, but he didn't need to. Because you know what he did? He power farmed all the way through the game. He took every single dragon. And while Pizza the Cat was running around getting a lot of kills, he wasn't getting very many objectives or meaningful advantages for his team. Really, only a top tier 1 was all he had to show for it, but that was matched on the bottom side by 3 dragons and a bottom tier 1 from Ottawa, and that really comes off the back of this jungler. I mean, you mentioned it, Grapes, 4 levels ahead of his opposite member. O'Kyler really impressing here in this game number 2, doing exactly what his team needed, saying, hey guys, just stop dying for 5 seconds, and I promise we'll win this game. And you know what? Sometimes that's the game plan that you need.
Look at the levels right now. Kyler 15, Ikachi 17, Zhao 15. On the other side, Pizza's 13, Zoom's 14, Glitching is 12. Massive experience advantage. They have the Elder Dragon as well. It's going to take a miracle from Clark if they want to stay alive here in this game. Bot lane inhibitor turret will be going down. The inhibitor likely to follow. The bird still intact for a couple more seconds, maybe a wave or 2 more. And now it is just icing on top of the cake. 2 inhibitors down on the base here for the University of Ottawa. They're going to try to make it 3 with Frosty pushing on the top side.
Minion wave's already there as well. The Elder's still on. Look at that damage on the Poof Pepper. Already taking a half from 2 spells from the LeBlanc. That's a Void Staff and an extra needlessly large rod in inventory as well since the last time we checked in on these items. I mean, Tussie, so strong. Outside of getting solo killed in lane, that's his only death, Grapes. Now Demo, insta-force flash.
Stun will land here onto Kyler. Frosty's gonna flash forward, go
Somehow
forward
the Elder.
with the taunt. Doesn't end up getting anything, but now will go under fire. Spirit Treasury's buying a lot of time. Gonna try to use that Stand United in onto Kyler, but Frosty will be the first to go. Look at the hostile takeover. Glitching goes down, and Pizza the Cat is forced to run as well. It is just a 1-for-1 so far, but the main damage dealer for the side of Clark has fallen. But maybe without a front line, Ottawa have to be a little bit more careful in going and picking and choosing what fights they want to go for. Top lane inhibitor turret goes down. They'll try to make it 3 of these major crystals. In terms of the objective, the base completely cracked open nearly. They will let the inhibitor survive because they have Baron spawning in a minute.
Critically, the Elder dropped. That fight would have been so much scarier for Clark. Oh, Kyler, wait a minute. Yeah, charmed up.
Oh, here's the punish though. Can it happen? Forced to flash away after the charm lands. Pizza nearly able to continue the collapse. But Kyler will be able to get alive. Guardian Angel has come back up for the Viego as well. Another crucial cooldown here, but it is very, very, very bad. If you are Clark University, 3 inhibitors down, have all 3 super minion waves pushing into your base. Baron almost certainly going to be given over, and maybe a little bit more as well.
Clark lives to fight another day, but just barely. They are in hospice care right now in their base. All 3 inhibitors down, as you say. Baron in 10 seconds. It's uncontestable. You cannot walk up to this. You have to give it. But 3 lanes of super minions with the Baron, you'd have to think that Ottawa, they're going to be on the road to clinching this game. And as we look towards game number 3, Grapes, Ottawa, they managed to win this game, but I think it's safe to say they have to find an answer on the top side. Clark almost was able to blow it open just enough, but if you are Clark, it feels like in the bottom side, this lane that should have won this super long range Ash Seraphine 2v2, it didn't work out. Zhao M and Dark Utopia, they got the better of you, and they were able to scale up
Zhao,
the game.
going forward with the Gale Force, does get the stun landing, nearly taking down Zoom, but it looks like Kyler will do the job himself. Now picking up the resets, guts in underneath that Cataclysm, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Spectre Maul lands. There comes the rest of the kills. Zhao's on a rampage. Redemption coming through as a victory signal to go forward. Ottawa come back from the early game deficit. They will break open the Nexus of Clark, and we, my friends, are headed to a game number 3 in the semifinals.
And what a game it was. 34 minutes. Clark, they made him work for it. A scary, scary early game comes out, but Ottawa, they weather the storm. They keep their heads on straight. Oh, Kyler says, I've had enough. It's the meme. Ding, time's up. And he comes right back with the haymakers on the Viego. The entirety of Ottawa, they clap back in this game 2. We're going to game 3, and if you're Clark, I think you had a plan, and it worked to an extent, but it didn't work well enough this time.
I mean, what a turnaround from Ottawa. They kept their cool. They knew they were down 3,000 gold. A very similar situation to their loss in game number 1, but eventually just find their way back, allowed the scaling to come through, and now we are headed to a decisive game number 3 to figure out who goes to the finals in the Challengers Jello division. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, game 3 action on your screens.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. I can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of the NECC semifinal stream we have here in the Challengers Yellow Division. Game number 3 between Ottawa and Clark. Ottawa coming back in that second game in both the series and also in terms of the game. And so now we're in a very, very interesting spot. Clark had a very dominant game number 1 victory, but now Ottawa might be that team building up some momentum.
Yeah, and second to last place, big brain PGCQ number 1 predictor Hawk has maybe jinxed Clark. I said they were going to win the series, and then they dropped game 2 promptly. But fortunately for them, it's not like panic button mode at all. I think the biggest problem that really came through is they had the hyper aggressive Volibear, Jarvan, Ari, Ash draft. Let's make plays. But Seraphine, I feel like doesn't really cater to that well. And I think a lot of times they sort of waited for you, Ottawa, to group up around objectives and fight them, which, while that works, I think with that kind of composition, you've got to accelerate the pace of the game a little bit more. You've got to be more willing to look for those aggressive plays. And now a lot of credit to you, Ottawa, for not giving too many looks to Clark Red, but I do think there are places where you can clean up that game, like they did presumably in game number 1. Otherwise, the scaling of you, Ottawa, will prevail like in game 2. So I think it's very clear cut, Grapes. Scaling versus early game. Which one will come out on top?
Yeah, and the big thing there was, again, we were talking about this jungle matchup from the start of this series. Kyler had a phenomenal game on the Viego in game number 2, and Piece of the Cat on the Jarvan played 2 straight games of Jarvan. The first one had enough impact in the early game to, allow for the side of Poofeffer and also for Zoom on the Veigar to really get ahead and take control of the game. But here in the game number 2, while he did spend a lot of time around the map getting these early ganks, allowing again for Poofeffer on that Volley Bear to get some early leads, the dragon stacking wasn't there. And when you have an early game composition like this, it is almost always crucial that you go for these drakes, that you try to
or at the very
soul
least
early.
a herald.
Yeah, or even the herald to try and even maybe snowball that lead a little bit further. But in terms of the major objectives, Piece of the Cat really wasn't able to get a whole lot done. And on the other side, it was actually Kyler making the proactive plays in that regard. And, maybe didn't get as many kills in the early game, but was really able to eventually turn it up and finish the job in that other once we got later on into that game.
I said it in the last game. Kyler did exactly what he needed to do. Play reactively, play for neutrals. That's the Viego style in the early game. And then it became an absolute monster in the team fight. So lots of credit to Kyler, but I do have to say, and it goes back to what the point I made at the start here was, I feel like Pizza the Cat, while by no means he had a bad game, I definitely was not impressed by the Jarvan either. I think it goes back to that idea of killer instinct. When you've got a composition that just has that many go buttons, you can't rest on your laurels. You've got to make the other team mess up. Uadawa didn't give them looks, make them give you looks. Make those dives happen. Manipulate your chess pieces, because it got to a point where, like I said, they were just sort of waiting for Uadawa to group up for a neutral and then fighting into them. It worked early game when their composition was stronger, but once the scaling started to come through a little bit, like even one item for the side of Uadawa, their composition just had a bit more damage, a bit more meat on their bones, if you will, and that didn't work anymore. Clark couldn't just roll up to the 5-on-5, and a lot of it came off of, it was never a 5-on-5, it was a 4-on-5, because Shen would get there sooner. So, Uadawa, they had the tools to respond to a lot of the plays that Clark made, but I need to see more, and I do think it starts with Pizza. You can't do full clear Jarvan. You got to make the early plays. You've got to get going so that instead of a 2,000 gold lead at 10 minutes, the 5,000 gold lead at 10 minutes.
Yeah, and even so, just when you take a look at the compositions that were also there, it was a Volley Bear on the top side for Poofeffer versus, the Fiora in game number 1. And that's a champion that scales much better and works a lot easier off of having an early game advantage. And maybe, again, does a better job at scaling. When you compare it to the Volley Bear that was going for the AP, had the Hull Breaker as well, really was not going to be a major factor in any team fight that presented itself. Maybe on the other side, Fiora, was probably able to, at least impact the side lanes with a little bit more ability and maybe win out on some of those later game side lane matchups because you have some of the scaling that that is available on the Fiora. So even though, Piece of the Cat spent a lot of time towards the top side, didn't really end up resulting in very much, especially considering how Poofeffer was able to play out that late game.
It felt like, at the very least, it didn't result in more than was already going to happen. Top lane was already Armageddon, and while Piece of the Cat accelerated that a little bit, there wasn't anything extra, it felt like, and I do think that was a big part of it. I do just want to quickly mention Clark. They are back on the red side. Red side has a 100% win rate in this series. They won their first game on red side. And I think most analysts, including myself, do rate red side as the better side right now. It doesn't feel like there's too many OP must picks, and that really drastically lowers the value of blue side and sort of opens up the counter picking nature of red. So we'll have to see what Clark is able to pull out. We saw the Fiora in game number 1. Last game, blind pick volley. I think, like we said, it worked in the early game, but it wasn't impressive. What is Poofeffer going to go to this time?
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the reason that you went for this blind pick volley is not only because of maybe some of the early lane priority that you're able to get in terms of blind matchup and maybe the comfort that Poofeffer might have, but that's also Mr. Frosty's most played champion in solo queue. So maybe you were trying to deny that pick away, go for an extra, instead of maybe going for like a sort of fourth ban throughout that first rotation, instead of banning it away, you just end up picking it and see what you can do with that. But instead, I wouldn't be surprised to see that Volley Bear, not ending up in the hands of Poofeffer. I prefer a more hard scaling team fighter that you're maybe allowed to play on that side, and it seems like that's what worked on the side of Clark in game number 1. We had the Fiora, a lot of scaling. Game number 3, hopefully we see some more of the same.
So Clark actually banned the Volibear in game 1 in the second rotation of bans. So it actually does seem that they are afraid of that Volibear pick from Mr. Frosty, not wanting that one to go through. Because I suppose the thought process is if he picks it on R3, then you can ban out its counters and sort of make things difficult for Poofeffer on the top side there. So really, really interesting stuff from the drafting perspective of Clark Red, clearly respecting that pick from Mr. Frosty, really going out of their way to sort of avoid it. But in game number 3, you got the R5 counter. You're not going to get counter picked in both solo lanes this game, presumably, and you'll be able to make things happen, because I do think it is so important that you win those solo lanes. Most importantly, the top side, because as we've seen, the bottom lane has not gone Clark's way this series. You've got to crush the top side of the map, or you're not going to be able to crush the game.
Well, let's see if they are able to do it. On to the draft for game number 3. Been a crazy series so far here, Hawk. Glad we get to spend it alongside each other. Of course, again, unfortunately, was not able to catch that first game where Clark ended up winning. But I think from kind of the nature of the team composition, how the drafts have played out, we can sort of get a bit of a visual sort of what that game number 1 ended up looking like in terms of how Clark was able to close that game out. So I think in general, a lot of expectations are kind of set for both of these teams. Clark now on the red side, which they won with in game number 1. And let's see what they go with here in the draft. Now, straight off the bat, this is a top lane matchup for Poofeffer that might not be super familiar to him. And whoa, Karthus! Okay, so Pizza the Cat. Hold on, we'll talk about the tank matchup later. Pizza played Jarvan, and now Karthus? This doesn't really, is not really like the sort of formula that we were looking for. Very, very different look from Clark in game number 3.
Grapes, I am kind of floored right now, as you can see. Now, I want to preface what I'm about to say with Ornn and Karthus are objectively great picks right now. Phenomenal picks in the meta. Karthus hits a point where he presses R and it's delete team. Like, it's crazy. But this is, as you said, a very different look. I'm hyping up this early versus late game thing. And now we've got Victor against Orianna, Ornn against Shen, Jarvan against Karthus, and it's not Pizza on the Jarvan. Like, this is completely different. Clark has thrown the game plan out the window. R5 Ornn, by the way, not the aggressive counter pick. It was blind Shen this time around from Ottawa. And I mean, this just signals to me that Clark didn't have an answer for the Shen, or they didn't feel confident enough to beat it early on. And I mean, this is a vastly different look from Clark. And while I do think their draft is pretty good, they have a lot of answers here. It's such a different look. I'm really concerned of, are they going to be able to throw down with Ottawa in the 5-on-5?
Yeah, I think they probably will be able to. I mean, look at the team composition. Both of these teams
Compositionally, yes, but
such great team fighters, and I guess that is true. An interesting point that you bring up there. I like Clark in both of their games really didn't want to opt towards that team fighting style. Poofeffer in both games was on split pushers. They had really early game junglers. They had this Ashe on I'm glitching 2 games in a row, which is meant to build early priority and push advantages in terms of the bot lane leads, but not maybe necessarily the highest DPS in terms of team fighting later on. But now you have the Xayah Rakan, you have the Orianna for some control, and then you have this scaling top side here in the Ornn Karthus. Again, very different look from Clark. And again, the question is, can they pull it off? And it's not like we're thinking that they're not a good team fighting team. We just haven't seen it yet this series.
Definitely. And, to talk about draft, like, looking at the champions, Xayah is amazing here. It's great into things like Jarvan, Shen. It wins the Xayah matchup, the Kai'Sa matchup theoretically. Renata will make that a little difficult. It's a way worse Renata game. Rakan engage is threatening, and there's way less dive coming through from the side of Clark. They've got the Karthus to delete people later on. Orianna for zoning. It beats the Victor early. Ornn scales up. So, like, compositionally, they've got a lot going for them. A lot.
Yeah.
That cannot be understated. So, credit to Clark for a great draft. It's just, I was not impressed by their team fighting last game. And while a lot of that came down to composition, there was also 4v5 plays. It seemed like they weren't really sure how to play around the Shen, teleport cooldowns, things of that nature. And so that does just make me concerned with them saying, okay, let's 5-on-5, let's scale, because it just feels to me like that's playing Ottawa's game. And while I think they have outdrafted Ottawa, it is so risky because, you know, to reference like a Yamato Cannon interview from way back in 2017, if anyone remembers, Vitality pushed SKT to 5 games. It was crazy. And he said in the interview after, you know, it's about playing your game, Europe. It's about doing your own thing, not trying to copy what others are doing. So if this is Clark's game, I am eager to see them potentially win this game. But if this is not, it's where my question marks lie, just because of how vastly different the styles they've played.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's such a great. I think it's a really great point, because I think in terms of like these not lower levels, but maybe mid to high levels of collegiate gameplay that we're seeing right now in this series, it's not necessarily the top of the top opponents going up against each other. It's not, you know, T1 versus Gen.G 5-on-5 going head to head in terms of like top tier League of Legends, but it's about what kind of styles both these teams kind of want to play. And for Clark, this has not been the style that we've seen. We're going to keep reiterating this time and time again, because it is just so vastly different from the first 2 games. But of course, Clark is on the wrong end of that game 2 result. They ended up dropping that game with the early game composition that they have set up, and now they're actually the ones that have, I believe, the scaling advantage later on. It is up to Ottawa to actually make a little bit more of these plays to make sure that they're in a position that they can sort of try to fight the ornaments, try to fight this late game Karthus, and fight the Xayah-Rakan duo that becomes so strong in the later stages of the game.
Exactly. And I think we've driven home the point of how different this style looks. So let's now shift gears a little bit. And how does this early game look? Because even though Clark's not playing the early game style, you've still got to play the early game. You've got to have a plan, regardless of if it's proactive. You've got to have a plan. Cover your own bases, create bases for Ottawa to cover. And this early game is interesting because I said again, in a vacuum, I like the Xayah into Kai'Sa matchup for the Xayah, and I like the Orianna as well into the Victor pre-Hex Core. But Renata can make this bot lane really difficult, and especially as we start approaching 1 items, bot lane becomes a lot more of a wash. And likewise, again, post Hex Core, Victor's going to have priority in the mid lane. So around 1 item, this game actually gets a little scary for Clark's composition. We said they have a scaling advantage, but they can't rest too much on their laurels because they're now staring down the smoking gun of Jarvan that can make a lot of early to mid game plays happen. Kai'Sa, if she goes for the crit build again, is going to be stronger on one item than the Xayah if the Xayah goes the crit build as well. Likewise, the Victor Ori matchup, Victor can create prio, create plays, create opportunities to do neutral objectives. Meanwhile, Karthus, your job this game is to swallow jungle camps. And while you can do that very successfully, Jarvan can gank all of your lanes and pretty much know he has zero repercussions.
It's a tale of 2 sort of styles head into the race. Can Kyler get ahead early enough, get the laners ahead and in a good position where that they are able to take this game and complete this mini reverse sweep, so to speak? Or will the scaling of Clark persist? Will Pizza be able to farm up? Again, it comes back to this jungle matchup that we were talking about at the start of this series, before Game 1 draft even happened. And it is up to them to kind of determine who will be punching their ticket to the Challenger Jello Finals.
Just imagine Clark, the 6th seed, remember, 3-5 in the regular season. I think, fair to say, a thoroughly unimpressive record. 2-0'd Mount Union in the quarterfinals. Took a game so far of Ottawa, and even though they ended up dropping 1, this is the 2nd seed in the tournament, Grapes. If they're able to pull out a win right now, it doesn't matter that you drop that game. You are still the team going to the finals. You still have pulled up the upset. Only 1 game now stands in their way, but you know, Ottawa, they're not done yet.
Here we go. Jungle pathing, again, a little bit different here for the side of Pizza, but for the side of Kyler, it is the same. Going for that blue start, headed blue Gromp, then maybe down to that red buff, it seems. The pathing, as maybe not efficient, will give Kyler the opportunity to impact his bot lane earlier than he would have been otherwise able to do so. Pizza, again, is just really trying to power farm. He's completed 3 camps at the same speed that Kyler has done too. So it is more about, making sure that the camps get done as soon as possible, as efficiently as possible, and you continue the tempo going on.
They do know where Piece of the Cat is, though, so this gives Kyler all the information he needs to make a proactive play. Again, Jarvan skipping Wolves. This is such an interesting path. I've not really seen this that much. Either I missed something, or these junglers, I don't know, they've got the dark technology of jungle clearing. But Piece of the Cat, whomp, swallowing camps. That's to be expected. Everybody just farming up. Importantly, it is actually a bit of bot lane prio where I'm glitching in demo. Wasn't anything major, but they're not getting pushed in like they were in the last game.
Yeah, it's interesting. And again, is Zhao actually getting the better end here of this early laning phase down in the bottom lane? Kyler finishing up that 3 clear path, and now maybe taking a look towards that mid lane. But take a look at how this jungle pathing has opened up. Kyler unable to find a gank early on, and the punishment for that, Pizza is now 4 camps ahead of him. Make it 3 actually, as both the scuttles were traded back. And now Pizza has the opportunity to go into the bottom top side jungle here of Kyler, and so Kyler on the Jarvan really has to make a play right now, or else things are going to get out of hand.
This is why I don't like this clear, Grapes. It's happened again because Kyler not able to find the proactive look that he wants. Zoom doing a really nice job of hovering towards topside, towards his jungler, but it means that now you just lose the Wolves for kind of no reason. Because if you do Red Raptor's Romp, it's much harder to invade Krugs. Either way, now you look for the play. I'm glitching, gets chunked, get out the base. Kill.
Pops the heal. That's what you get. You spend maybe a minute or so in that bottom lane brush for Kyler, and you burn 1 heal out of glitching. On the other side, Pizza the Cat now has 8 camps completed.
The base.
Going for the back, getting a huge reset here. Let's take a look at the item differences here in the jungle to compare where we're at.
Fiendish Codex probably.
It is 2 Amp Tomes and a Dark Seal versus 1 Longsword for Kyler. That is the economy difference that you have here in this jungle matchup when Kyler is unable to get a gank down.
It's just absolutely massive, and not only that, but Kyler cleared, again, 3 camps plus Crab on that first clear. That is nothing. Pizza the Cat cleared 7 plus Crab. That is more than double, and he's gonna be back out on the map faster for his next full clear. Kyler doesn't even get to farm his Wolves on this clear. So it's essentially a 2-camp swing by denying 1. That's how counter jungling works. That's why it's so important at higher levels when counter jungling comes through. Now, Zoom is low on mana and just procced his phase rush, so he could be under threat here.
Already forcing the flash
Early
preemptively.
flash.
The flash to follow coming out from Kyler. Fantastic doesn't have a lot of mana either with the command protect to lock in Zoom. Kyler unable to get another kill down here. And so, with that, Kyler is level 3. Pizza's level 5. Starting up this dragon, things are going very, very well for Clark Red.
This is like the exact opposite story of last game, Grapes, except the side lanes are way less volatile. But it just means that the jungler that's just free farming is coming out so much more ahead. There's no Armageddon top lane that you're sort of like, oh god, I hope that doesn't get much worse, because it's 2 tanks. They're just slapping each other in this cart. This is mega fed.
I will say the one sort of advantage here that Kyler was able to get was that heal out of glitching. Now hear me out, it's just 1 summoner spell. But Zhao has been able to maintain control over this bot lane for some time.
That is true.
We were talking in game 2 about how Zhao really was playing better than glitching in terms of both the early game and also in terms of late game damage in the team fights. And so making sure that the Kai'Sa is able to get ahead. We saw actually on that dragon take that demo was only level 2 while the objective was being taken. So at 5 minutes, level 2, not necessarily the spot you want to be in if you are a Rakan. So the bot lane is a spot where Ottawa again are going to have to try to push their advantage, because basically in the top side and in the jungle, it is not going their way.
Definitely. Like, this game is not over for Ottawa by any means. It's just, it's scary farming up like this. But Zhao M is absolutely a win condition that you've proven you can rely on. And not only the heal being gone, but Flash being gone off of Zoom means that when Kyler hits off of a few more camps here, that is a very real gank threat. You lock the Orianna in the Cataclysm and then drop Chaos Storm, almost a certain kill. And Piece of the Cat is actually really bad at fighting into Jarvan, because the Cataclysm sort of prevents Karthus from really walking in and doing as much damage as he wants to. So there is a lot of threat still to be had, and Ottawa has proactive playmaking potential, but you've got to find it, because Zoom's Flash about halfway off cooldown. I think what we'll really have to see is when this Cataclysm comes through. It should be on after Kyler finishes clearing his Gromp Blue, I do believe.
And that's another cooldown utilized here.
Ooh.
Fantastic. Getting chucked low. Here comes the Requiem. Actually going to get a bit of gold and a little bit of extra damage here on the Fantastic as well. He'll be chucked out low. Might actually be forced to go for a reset unless he decides to stay and waiting in for Kyler to hit 6. But again, just maybe Pizza flexing his muscles here a little bit, showing what can eventually be a whole lot more dangerous down the line.
Piece of the Cat just did his gank. That's what we call a farm gank right there, Grapes.
Gank, yeah, sure.
Yeah. That's a farm gank. He gets the 27 gold or whatever it was off of the first strike, says worth, and continues clearing.
It's another camp. He takes
Yeah. Yeah. It's like you farmed like the 2 mini
first
wolves
strike
and you're
camp.
like sick.
Yeah.
3-minute cooldown. Totally worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
It's
Zoom
a
is up,
bigger
so yes,
reward.
it was worth, but it's
No, yeah. You got a lot of priority here in the mid lane. Unfortunately, Fantastic wasn't able to go down, was able to chug through a lot of the corrupting potions, so now actually sitting at a very comfortable level of HP. So now at this point in the game, in terms of just mid lane priority, still rather even. Zoom does have that slight CS lead based off of some of the trades that ended up going down, but not all too terrible right now. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, Dark Utopia in a little bit of trouble, in the wrong spot. Heal already popped,
Jarvan
glitching
Victor's
past
on the way.
exhaust on top of him, but here comes the Stand United. Mr. Frosty making his first presence known into this game. Here comes the Killer Instinct, there's the flash, glitching will go down, that is first blood onto Zhao. Now Kyler looking to try and punish over with Flag and Drag, no Cataclysm issued, but the damage was done. 1 kill onto the side of Ottawa, as they will get the first sort of major fight victory in their favor.
Dark Utopia has been a master of being in this series. You, Ottawa, they think, Clark, they think they have a free pick onto the Renata. But again, not respecting the Shen. Same story as last game. They give over first blood. Now, Clark, they're still up actually quite a significant amount of gold. They had a 1,000 gold advantage going into that play just off of farm alone. So it's not the end of the world, but again, it's just Clark fighting fights that they shouldn't. You don't have mid-prio. You don't know where the enemy Jarvan is. Shen Stand United is up. That is never a 2v2 that you should go for.
Definitely not. And again, Mr. Frosty showing more of his power up top side as well. Making sure that that Stand United actually got a little bit of impact out of the way. But again, Foof will be able to get that advantage in sort of isolated lane that he's able to create. It's like the sort of Shen debuff that you have if you are playing against it. You will get the ultimates, but you will lose a lot of farm up in this top lane. Foof has been able to capitalize it in both games. Game number 2, of course, maybe that didn't necessarily go his way, but now in game number 3 has a 35 CS lead or so on the Ornn. Things are looking pretty good for him up top.
They definitely are. And I will say, the gold lead actually didn't really off of that play. It's still about 1,000. So at the end of the day, no harm, no foul to Clark. What I will say is the gold allocation, it favors Ottawa more. Because all of that gold that Clark picked up in return goes onto the tank, as you say, where Zhao picked up the kill on the bottom side. So you get gold onto a tank as opposed to a Kaisa. Not quite worth it, but it does mean that the overall numbers are the same. What I really want to see is this dragon. It seems like Ottawa has been the ones that started up with their bottom lane priority, and Karthus is not even going to contest. So, unlike last game, the scaling comp is not just going to free farm dragons.
Yeah, and right now it is just kind of 1-to-1. So no stacking, as you said. So right now, we take a look at the gold, and that is kind of where things are not going as well for Ottawa. The scaling is kind of already coming online, believe it or not, at the 11-minute mark. Pizza the Cat getting massive CS lead here. Now almost 40 CS above Kyler here in the
bounty.
Top side, very similar as well. They're going to have to try to punish here, as Ottawa will attempt to do. They go on to glitching with no flash with the Cataclysm, and Kyler will secure the second kill. Now with the Rift Herald as well, we'll proc it down to the bottom side, get as many plates as possible, and some crucially needed gold into the pockets of Ottawa.
This is where the game starts to get scary. Kaisa's getting close to one item. Victor has Hex Core, and Kyler finally finds his payday. Herald on the bot side to find first tower. Gets a kill as well on the flashless. I'm glitching. Doesn't even burn the ultimate. Knew he was dead. And that is a clean play from you, Ottawa. They're going to even up the gold and maybe even take the lead.
You gotta look at the punish on the other side. Take a look at Pizza the Cat. He is into the jungle of Kyler. He's able to collect those wolves, add another camp into his pocket. Now maybe
This
we'll
is
look for a
aggressive.
dive of his own up at the top side. Mr. Frosty will dodge away from the searing charge, but here comes the call to Forge God Pizza. Does not have a lot of mana. The Orange Horn goes wide, and Mr. Frosty will live to see another day.
And in game 3, I wonder if that's a little bit of nerves from Clark right there, over-forcing the dive. Fortunately, no one dies, so they're able to get away with it. At the end of the day, it's okay. But I feel like that was one that, you know, wasn't really going to work. Low mana on the Karthus. It's a Karthus dive anyway. Kind of feels bad. They're able to get out, but in this game 3, the tension is so high. Only 200 gold separates these teams, Grapes. Tower in favor of Ottawa, but the Dragons are even. The farm still putting Clark up just that little bit of gold, but it is so tense. They have the scaling comp this time around, but Ottawa, we've seen what they can do in the 5-on-5. Kraken Slayer completed for Zhao M. Again,
And that's
elimination game.
Yeah, big stakes for both of these teams, and a whole lot that we can talk about in terms of the state that we're in at the 13-minute mark. The first thing I want to kind of bring to our attention as Fantastic makes his way down to the bottom side is the gold lead again. Clark is still in control, but when you take a look at where the gold is allocated on the side of Ottawa, it's both into the mid and bot laners here, into Fantasti's Victor and into Zhao's Kaisa. You know, the Jarvan and the Shen are two champions that don't really require a lot of income, and right now they're here to do initiation plays like that. Zhao coming in with the killer instinct and will pick up a big shutdown on the piece of the cat. Really nice play. Kyler making the ganks known. Will maybe get punished for this with the smite to get a little bit of extra HP. And now Zoom is in a whole lot of trouble. The Kraken Slayer holds true. Zhao now on a killing spree, and Ottawa is up 4-0. Now, what will the response be on the other side? Pfeffer is here as well. The Searing Charge will not find a knockup, and it will actually just be used for the escape. Flash away as well. The Orange getting away with his life, but now Ottawa in control of this game once again. About a 1,500 gold lead, and this is the power of having this early game jungler like the Jarvan.
Ottawa has picked their moments deliberately, and this time they get their due. I'm glitching. Excuse me. Pizza the Cat stepping up too far, gives over the shutdown at the Raptors. It gets to the point in the game where you don't have vision in your jungle. You got to be a little bit careful face checking that. And this is a flash Karthus. This is not an exhaust Karthus. Gets absolutely deleted. Again, shutdown for Zhao M. And then, not only that, it's the overextension from Zoom. Killer instinct in from Zhao. Gets a second kill in the exchange. We talked about the fact that the Kaisa had a Kraken Slayer. Well, she's getting close to Lord Doms now, and that's going to get a hell of a lot of value off of a beefy Clark composition. The gold finally swinging in favor of Ottawa. Their mid-game spike is here.
And they need to go and utilize this advantage when they have the chance. Kyler needs to continue to look for plays. Mr. Frosty needs to continue to stay safe in this top side and use that Stand United when he can to influence these team fights around the map. Because this is the only point really in this game, Hawk, where Ottawa will be in control. If we get to the 30 minutes, 40 minutes even, of this game, Clark's composition takes over. The ornaments come through. The death caps come in from Pizza, from Zoom. The team fighting is there. And while Ottawa has some strong team fighting of their own, this is where they shine right now in terms of their composition. So look to see some more aggressive plays. Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. Pizza headed down to the bot side as well. I think we're in for an exciting set of events.
No Requiem for this fight is massive. No Stand United either. Fantastic gets caught.
There comes the shockwave. Oranhorn's gonna come through. Fantastic might die before the fight even begins. The hostile takeover lands onto 2, but now Kyler is in a bad spot as well. Pfeffer looking to go forward, but here comes the Cataclysm. It lands onto 2. They nearly take down Zoom, but not just yet. Ottawa trying to turn the fight into their favor. Big shutdown as Zhao goes down. Mr. Frosty cannot take down anybody on the side of Clark. A double kill onto Pizza. And where did everybody on Ottawa go? They all go down to the grave. 4 for 1.
Fantasti's going in. They're all low.
Dragon started. Pfeffer looking to try and frontline. Might take a little bit more than he can chew. Underneath the gravity well, they will secure the Drake. Now, can they get away? The lasers do a whole lot of damage. Fantasy has no summoners.
No way.
And there comes the wall. I think the escape might end up coming through. There's not a lot of movement speed on the other side for them to chase down. And with all the health bars down low, the teleport from Fantasy was not enough. Dragon secured for Clark as well.
And Clark, they managed to win the fight. It may have been messy, but it doesn't matter. They get the kills. They get the dragon. What a crazy turn of events. And what really turned it was the lack of DPS from Fantasy, zoned out immediately by the duo of the Karthus Rakan. And in the extended 5-on-4, Zhao goes in, Zhao goes down. No damage left. Clark, they find it. And you were saying, Graves, this is Ottawa's time to win the game. This is when they needed to blow it open, get that dragon, get the last 2 outer turrets, and maybe your scaling will be enough. Because remember, their composition scales well too. But Clark, they win the fight now, and that makes this game so incredibly scary for the 2 seed here in Challengers Yellow.
Big thing that we want to try to mention here is we have hit a bit of a standstill in this game. 2 kills on to Pizza the Cat. He now has his Leandries working towards that Shadow Flame as well. Arthas really starting to come online here, getting that double kill alongside all the farm that he was able to get is absolutely crucial here for his side. And so now this is where the snowball really starts to come through. Kyler will not be able to hold a candle to what Pizza is able to offer in terms of damage. So really on Otto again to just continue to make plays. Sure, that one didn't work out as well, but your mid laner got caught early on. Make sure that they're able to find the correct opportunities, and they're gonna have to look really quickly, as you know they have some time before the next dragon spawns.
But the point that you made, Graves, about Kyler not being able to hold a candle to Pizza is so relevant, because remember, Requiem was not up for that last fight. I said that before the fight even started.
Right.
And Pizza's now level 11, so that's pretty scary, because even if you kill him, he's going to do a hell of a lot of damage. That is all forced.
Here comes the Cataclysm. Demo going down instantaneously. Glitching in a whole lot of trouble as well. Already using that Featherstorm. He will fall. Requiem doing a huge chunk of damage. Ornhorn coming out. No Brittle proc on the Zhao. He's able to stay alive. And Ottawa getting a fight in their favor. Now they go 3-for-0.
Is that the fight that you wanted, Graves? Because,
Absolutely,
man, Ottawa,
yes.
they pull the trigger. Killer Instinct, Cataclysm into the mix. And 3 quick kills, 2 quick towers. And just like that, Ottawa, they're back in the driver's seat.
Going forward with the Herald as well. Crucial amount of tower damage can be put in onto this mid inhibitor. Not going to go down as it will just be Shelly falling. But big swing again in favor of Ottawa. They need to make these plays right now. They're doing just that. And they now have a 3,500 gold lead. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. They need to get this to make sure that soul point doesn't go over to Clark's side. They're looking very strong. Zhao is going to have to be that big carry.
And he is definitely that big carry. His DPS cannot be understated. He got taken down in the fight around Dragon, but in that fight, we got to see Demo got deleted. Glitching also got deleted after the ultimate. Zhao does so much damage. This Kaisa is massive. 5, 1, and 2, 2.5 items. But that does mean that Zhao has to play these fights so incredibly well. He is your X Factor carry. He is the man that in Game 3, Ottawa has put their faith in. He was able to carry them in the last one. And now, I mean, this is it. This is your last game. No more mistakes. No more mess ups. The winner goes to the finals. And Clark, you have to avoid getting picked off like that. You can't overextend past your tower. The Jarvan, that's the killer instinct I was talking about. Oh, Kyler finds the engage. His team, they find the play.
20 minutes just passed here. Baron has spawned. I don't think Ottawa's in a position where they can take it at this early on in the game, but always is like that's sort of the theme of what they have to approach this game with. Pizza already finishing up that Shadow Flame and will continue to get more and more dangerous as this game goes on. With these Karthus compositions, you get to a point where the game is seemingly unwinnable with the amount of power that he is able to put out. So, if you are the side of Ottawa, make sure that these remaining fights continue to go well. Set up around this dragon is going to be crucial.
Part of what makes Karthus so busted too is that even if you're losing fights, you get to a point where you do so much damage that your entire team could be dead, but you kill enough people with your passive and your ultimate that the enemy team can't actually do anything. Like, if your whole team gets aced, but only one person is left standing on the other side, it's just like a nuclear winter at that point. No one can do anything. Now, great preemptive Requiem to proc the first strike, get the bonus damage, and look at the big chunks. That forced out the stopwatch from Zhao M. That is a huge cooldown.
Now they have the pressure on the dragon. It could just be that third Drake, but Kyler's in the pit. Can he get the steal? The answer is no. Pizza secures it. But look at the big combo. Cataclysm into hostile takeover will do so much work. It is just a 1-for-1 trade, but Zhao has gone down. The kills are going in favor of Ottawa, but now it's just 2 for 2 on the map. Pizza somehow gets a triple after all of that and actually manages to keep the fight in favor of Clark. What on earth just happened there? It seemed like the combos from Ottawa were there, but Clark's still in the lead.
What an unbelievable team fight, Grapes. This game 3 is delivering on all fronts. Dragon picked up by Clark as well as 3 kills, and it was so touch and go. Kyler goes in, had the angle for the 4-man Cataclysm, but he got stunned on the way in, so it meant that the engage was delayed just by a split second, and he died so fast. Even though the Cataclysm ended up going down, it just disjointed the team fight. Huge hostile takeover, but no follow-up. Zhao M wasn't able to ult into the backline because he was forced to kite. It meant that the damage wasn't there. And even though they're able to take down 2, I'm glitching on the backside. We've been critical of him all series. Huge Feather Storm, huge Blade Caller, gets the damage and gets the kills, as well as Pizza the Cat doing the Nuclear Winter strategy on the Karthus. They're able to win the fight, and I mean, it was insanely close. They're down 3,000 gold, Grapes, but they still came out on top. It has been back and forth the entire way.
Unbelievable. And that's sort of just what happens here when you have a scaling composition like this. When you have this Karthus that is so far ahead, still able to take over. 5 and 2 already. He died and then got a triple kill in the passive. And I guess that kind of is sort of an anti-synergy that Jarvan ends up presenting with himself, with the Cataclysm that he's there. But, I mean, things are looking pretty good for Clark, despite the gold lead, despite the kill lead, despite the tower lead. They have soul point. They are capable, shown capable of winning these fights, but they might be caught out right here. Xiao instantly deletes. I'm glitching. That was disgusting, to say the least. A huge amount of damage done in just one fell swoop. And now, with the 4v5, Ottawa's going to start the Baron.
Yeah, you don't need to be an AP Kaisa to delete people, Grapes. She is still an assassin through and through. Baron down to 8,000. This is a bit of an aggressive Baron call, but Piece of the Cat nowhere to be found. It might just be gone. They do have a ward on it. Requiem.
1,000, 1,000. Here comes the Ornhorn,
Wow.
but it is just the Baron secured. Ornhorn does land onto 3. The hostile takeover, doing a decent amount to try and stall away our members. Accelerated recalls will mean the rest of Ottawa will be able to get out. They get the Baron. They, again, have another big advantage. They have to try to pressure this. They try to crack the base open of Clark.
And Zhao M, again, the X Factor, manages to find the assassination on the AD carry that leads to Baron. Now, Clark, I feel like the reaction to the Baron was a little slow. I think if they posture for a more serious contest instead of playing around for a steal, I think you can walk in 4v5 and win a team fight there. You saw how much damage that Karthus just did with the ultimate only. He's so strong. Just walk in and die. It doesn't matter. But either way, Ottawa, they've got the Baron. They're wearing purple. This could be what they need. End the game. You've got to find a decisive team fight. You've got to find a decisive advantage, because I don't know how many more looks you're going to have. Your season depends on it.
They have a lot of angles, and they might just find one here. Zhao going forward here with the E, forcing the flash out of Pizza, but it is not enough. Big shutdown onto the hands of Zhao M. Kill number 7 on this game, really becoming that main carry for Ottawa. Now again with the 4v5, strongest member of Clark down. Good position here for you, Ottawa, to continue to push the tempo, continue to take down some of these major objectives. Searing Charge ends up canceling the Cataclysm. Nice Bellows Breath as well to get away from the Flag and Drag. Unseal Spellbook to the Ghost. Very nicely played from Poofeffer, but it will not be enough to save that top lane outer turret.
And people say tanks don't have mechanics. The buffer, the second buffer, that's what it's all about right there. That's League of Legends, baby. Poofeffer making O'Kyler look a little bit silly, but killing the Karthus, that's how you start the fire if you're you, Ottawa. Cataclysm miss, while maybe a little embarrassing, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. You've got the big shutdown. You got a tower. You're pushing in for a second. This fire starts small. That's the Baron. Now, let's see if it can spread.
Really big gravity well coming out for a first half save, and it might be enough to keep himself alive. No, the Shockwave comes in. There comes the Requiem as well. The Victor will certainly fall. Big shutdown again into the hands of this Karthus, who gets up out. What is that? 179 gold off of the first strike.
It's pretty busted, Grapes. You get like 2,000 by the end of the game. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Piece of the Cat is gonna hit full build with like a max AP build, 35 minutes. This champion's turbo busted right now, I'm telling you. He's got 225 farm. That's the highest in the game. But either way, this is Soul Dragon. Mountain Soul is huge. Into a Jarvan Victor Kaisa comp, if you can pick this up, that I think makes the game unbreakable here for Clark, and no mid laner.
Dead, yeah. 15 more seconds. They have to go for some steal. Kyler has to make the play. Cataclysm immediately takes down Doom. Ornhorn goes out, but Soul is secured here for
Hostile
Clark.
takeover!
Hostile takeover lands onto 2. Double kill now onto Zhao. Here comes the collapse. A triple kill for the Kaisa. Pizza has nowhere to go. 4 dead on the side of Clark University. They get the soul, but at what cost here, Hawk? Only Poofeffer is alive to defend the base.
They don't have Baron for the push, and that's huge. Soul went over as well. Poofeffer should be able to give his life to clear out this wave, but Ottawa, they know this is your time to go. They found the 4v5 because they one-shot the mid.
Here we go. Inhibitor tower taken down. Inhibitor soon to follow as well. Death timers are
can't
rather
end. They
short.
can't end.
Zoom at 10, Demo at 5, glitching, nearing respawn as well. So it will just be the inhibitor down in the mid lane. But a 7,000 gold lead opening up for Ottawa. Make it 8 as this inner turret will go down. Somehow these fights are still close, but Ottawa looking very, very good.
Grapes, I hadn't even looked at the gold because I assumed it was close. How are they 8,000 gold ahead? I mean, the way the fights play out with these comps, it just does not feel like it. Pizza the Cat, Rabadon's Death Cap, online now, level 14, approaching 16. Karthus, it's almost DEFCON 1. Mutually assured destruction on the Rift, Grapes, but not quite there yet. Death Cap definitely helps. I'm waiting for the Void Staff. I'm waiting for that 16. There it is. Level up. 15. 1 more to go. But Ottawa, beautiful team fight. Zoom got deleted before the fight even started. And then the Cataclysm. Kyler has managed to find good ones. Hostile takeover on the backside meant that I'm glitching. Wasn't really able to use anything to get away. Goes down in turn. Victor be damned. Now Baron. 1:20. Items through for both teams. At this point, gold is irrelevant. It all comes down to the exits.
Say gold is irrelevant here, Hawk, but I want to focus your attention down to the bot lane. Zhao has 3 items.
That might be relevant.
Including Azanya's, and an extra blasting one. On the other side, I'm glitching has 2. So that is a difference in terms of
may be relevant.
Maybe a little bit relevant, I will say. So that's one thing here. Also, you know, mid lane both at 2, jungler both at 3. But again, I give Pizza like the benefit of the doubt in terms of how expensive the items are. Also has the ornament very nicely put there. Hawk to also just add a little bit of extra power. So Ottawa still have the tempo. Don't get me wrong. They're going to continue to push open the base. They have a whole lot of siege capabilities. But Clark has some of the item advantages. They have the Mountain Soul, and they have this Fed card.
I mean, it is actually crazy to me that I'm glitching is so far down. And it's not necessarily surprising at all. But, you know, we were talking about if Kaisa goes the crit build, like, she's pretty weak until 3 items. And she's not very close. Gale Force Phantom Dancer, you're not doing very much damage at all to this Jarvan, to this Shen. So, you know, and we've seen what Zhao can do. So that is very relevant. The X Factor carry, again, I keep saying it, Zhao is the guy to watch. And the guy to watch is trying to do a Baron. Blue Trinket on it. Down to 8,000.
Spotted out, but Pizza is going to get caught out by Fatasi. Already forced to pop Azania's Hourglass away from the gravity well. Baron already taken so low. 3,000, 2,001. Baron gone. Baron done. Picked up for the side of Kyler. Gold lead now at 10,500. Ottawa looking to close the door on this series.
That was super nice from Ottawa. They flexed their muscles right there. They said, we're going to take Baron. And there's not a damn thing that you can do about it. Pizza the Cat face checks. Tussie says no. You know, he may only be 0, 1, and 2. Not been a big factor in these team fights, but it's plays like that that remind you it's a 5-on-5 game. It's a team game, and like you said, it's a strong Victor.
I mean, the kills might not be there, but he is what, the most CS in the game? About 10 compared to Pizza. He has 3 items now with the Zanyas as well. Definitely another threat that Ottawa have on their team, and it kind of just with a lot of the passive goals that they've been able to get as well. They got 2 Barons. They have, you know, 7 towers compared to the 1 of Clark. So a lot of the passive goals, a lot of passive experience is getting Fatasi ahead, and will probably be more impactful than Zoom in some of these fights.
Absolutely, and like I said, it's plays like that go to show. Even though he's not necessarily been a huge factor in team fights, like, your gold matters. That fed Victor matters, and that is the damage that he can do if he's not always the one getting jumped on. And I think intelligently Clark has been jumping on him, but Tussie really making his play felt. Now, Baron on, they're going to push up in the bot lane. Zoom going to get his Mountain Soul proc. Remember, Mountain Soul isn't for Clark. They have that extra boost. With the Cryo in the bot lane and Elder spawning in a minute, you've got to find a solution if you're Clark, because now 2 times we've seen them unsuccessfully able to face check into Baron, and if you lose Elder against a Jarvan Shen comp, it's going to be so difficult to hold your base.
Hope from Zhao is just very big.
They want to go.
Already has a W upgrade again, and now Foof knows that they want to try to force the fight. Kyler coming in, Cataclysm landing only onto 1. Huge Berserk onto the backside will delay a whole lot of time. Wait for Mr. Frosty to enter the fight. Where will it be? Shockwave lands onto 2.
Pizza's
the cat
here.
finally emerging, but Poofeffer forced to run away from the Chaos Storm. Ornn taken down very, very low. Health bar still good on the Ottawa side, and it looks like this bottom lane inhibitor turret will get broken open.
So, interesting interaction. The underfed Kaisa kills nobody when she gets berserked by the Renata. And Clark, they live to fight another day. They engage without Pizza, and although the Requiem comes through and does big damage, there's not really any follow-up outside of that. Zoom, 047, only a Ludens and a Seraphs. He's not very strong either. There's nothing there. They lose 2 inhibs, 1 to the minions, 1 to the team. Elder is up. Grapes, and you, Ottawa, scaling me
Tyler's
down.
going for the play. Here comes Zhao as well in the cart. This is down. Big play here, and now, what can Ottawa do on the backside? Those are 2 pretty big cooldowns, the Flash of Kyler and the Killer Instinct. But now, Ottawa is 5 strong.
It doesn't matter.
Bars not might not be in their favor, but the player advantage is. Elder Dragon is up, and it will almost certainly be taken.
Pizza the Cat face checks ahead of his team again, and he goes to play that you, Ottawa, needed. Oh, Kyler, he finds the knockup, and Zhao, Killer Instinct, that's what it's all about. Into the backline, takes the heart and soul out of Clark, and the Elder will drop shortly thereafter.
And this is second Elder now, onto the hands of Ottawa. This is a much stronger buff than the first. And so, you know, Clark was able to hold this, weather the storm in game number 1. I mean, sorry, the first time the Elder went down. Now it might be a little bit tougher here. Is Zhao now at full build completely with 11 kills? Wouldn't be surprised when Elixir is coming through as well. And you know, everybody else starting to come online. Fatasi working towards a Void Staff. Have a Redemption now completed. Mr. Frosty with 3 completed items. Looking very, very strong here for Ottawa. And Clark are going to have to try and hold the fort for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I do think this is the first Elder of this game. We had an Elder in last game, but of this game,
never mind.
First Elder, but your point stands. You're gonna die if Jarvan ever sneezes on you, and more importantly, if Kaisa like looks at you the wrong way.
It's a little bit scary to be a squishy member on this Clark University team.
Being anyone.
will pretty smartly be taken down. It's looking a little bit dire here. All 3 inhibitors down for Clark. Scaling did not end up coming through. It looks like, you know, the scaling actually coming in favor of Ottawa in this situation. They're now looking to close the door with the 12k gold lead.
It's the scaling in mid and bot that have really made the difference. Yeah, Pizza the Cat was mega fed, but you have not hit 3 items on either your mid laner or your bot laner. It's so hard to win games when that is the case, unfortunately. They're trying to sync up their super minion waves. You've got one Kunga lining in from top and bot. 2 supers is what you need. I think you've got to go if you're you, Ottawa. You've got the Elder.
Wait for the Ornhorn. That's likely the signal for Clark to go in. Zanya's actually was burned from Faitasi. They land the Ornhorn in onto Zhao. It will just back them away. They have all the time in the world with these 3 inhibitors up. The Elder Dragon still in their hands. These will continue. 2 super minion waves will be crashing in shortly. The lasers are here. The poke is there. 2-man searing charge, but here comes the damage. Chaos Storm on top of the Cataclysm, and that just might be it. Zoom forced to flash away, but will not be able to get away from the executes that the side of Ottawa have. A double kill for Dark Utopia, a double kill for Fatasi, and Ottawa University come back from the 1-0 deficit and will get themselves a spot in the finals of the NECC.
And another prediction does not come through for me, but you know what? It was damn entertaining. You, Ottawa, make it a show. We only got to saw 2 of those games, but they were so incredibly competitive.
What a series that we had. I just wish that we got to see that first game, to see Clark, you know, really take control over Ottawa with that crazy split push competition that they ended up setting up. But unfortunately unable to do so, and it just will be Ottawa picking up the victory. The 2 seed will prevail in terms of the favorites ending up on top. Take a look at the gold graph here. I think that the real thing that happened at the end of the day here, Hawk, was that even though Clark, you know, had these massive farm advantages, the 2 champions that Ottawa had that were down in CS really don't need a whole lot of gold to function.
It's so true. I mean, look at that Shen damage. 4.7k, doesn't matter. Doesn't even matter. But I think more importantly, the story is the Ori and the Xayah damage. 9.9 and 11.6. Heavily outdamaged even by the Jarvan, unfortunately. The Orin as well doing more than Zoom. It just came down to Pizza was mega fed off of farm, but the Xayah and the Ori didn't really have the damage to sort of follow through on those fights, because Karthus is a champion that, while he does insane damage himself, it's usually not quite enough to kill everyone. You need somebody else to sort of finish everybody off for you or get them low for you to finish them off.
And really crazy stuff coming out of this. And Clark, again, got to give credit to them. They came out swinging in game number 1. Definitely. And again, Pizza the Cat looked very, very good in a lot of the games that he played, whether it was making early plays in the Jarvan or trying to scale up here on the Karthus, dealing, I think, the second most damage in that game. So props to them. They made a solid run, but their Cinderella story will come to an end today. With that, we do have an interview with the winner of this series. We'll get an Ottawa player on board, get to pick his brain a little bit about how that series ended up going. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with that action.
65 got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing inside.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC2 stream. I'm Grapes, joined by Hawk again, but now we got a new face on our side. Kyler, the jungler from the University of Ottawa Grey team, here to talk to us a little bit about their 2-1 victory here in the semifinal over Clark. Kyler, first of all, congratulations on the win. I do have to say we missed game one, just in terms of having some difficulties with the stream. So I know you guys lost, but if you want to give us a bit of a breakdown of what happened there, really quickly, just to keep the viewers, I guess, in the works.
I think game one we all came into it and we were a bit late to join the call together. We usually like to start every game by like going over draft a bit to kind of see what the enemy team plays and what we'd like to focus on. And I think we got a bit draft gapped in the first game. Their team fight was really strong and they were able to just like pick us off almost every team fight. So I think towards the second and third game we really tried to focus on a better team fight and counter engage because they really were keen on the Jarvan picks, and I think the Renata played a really big key to stopping a lot of those counters.
So you mentioned the Jarvan and sort of a lot of this team fighting being the name of the game in the series, which I find so interesting because it seemed to me, at least in the first two games, that the way that your opponents in Clark sort of wanted to play the game was very early game top side focus. So how did you guys you mentioned the Renata pick, like are there any ways game plan wise that you guys sort of adapted yourselves to sort of counter the style and continue to play your own team fight game?
I think we definitely were aware that the Jarvan was really going to be a lot more early game focused. We had the first game, more specifically, we had a ward on there, like kind of around mid lane, and we saw the Jarvan going for the level 2 push, and then we kind of forgot about it, and then he was able to snowball a lot of pressure off of that. I think also, like going into towards like the second game, we were able to have a lot more vision on the map and a lot more respect to where the Jarvan was, and then we were able to scale up a lot easier and hit our power spikes.
And so the interesting thing about that is on game number 3, you were actually the one on the Jarvan pick. What kind of and we saw throughout that game, you're up against this Karthus who likes to scale really hard. You fell back a little bit in CS, but were able to make plays around the map. What kind of angles and opportunities were you looking for in terms of just trying to make sure that you were getting the right engages and getting these team fight starts for your team?
I was definitely trying to look a lot around the mid and bot lane with the Jarvan pick because if we're able to get a lot of lockdown CC, it's really easy to capitalize on that. And I could also aware that the Carthage is just gonna farm a lot more than me, so the only way that I can sort of keep up with him is just to try and keep making plays around the map and try and start a bit of chaos.
That's always the fun on a pick like Jarvan. Setting a bit of chaos, I feel like that is definitely the name of the game. But I'm really curious. You mentioned how your team fell down game one, maybe a little bit of just like not fully being mentally there. So I'm curious as to falling down game one, then winning game two, going to a game three. How do the comms sort of look like for your team? What are you guys telling yourselves? Who's sort of bringing the team together and saying, guys, don't worry, we got this? Or maybe it sounds completely different from that.
I think I'm gonna give props to our top laner. He's always giving us the good mental, even if he's getting like dick down in the top lane. He'll always be like, "We got this, guys." I'm like soaking all this pressure. I always gotta give props to him. He's always keeping a really good mental. Definitely after the first game, we were a bit bummed, but we didn't really try to think about it too much, and we're definitely just looking to kind of reset our mental and go into the next few games.
Speaking of, you got the finals next week against I guess I don't remember who the opponents are specifically. I know Juniata is one of the other teams in the semifinal. Don't know exactly how that matchup ended up going. But I mean, are you excited to play in the finals here for the NECC?
I am excited to play. We won the NECC, so I'm hoping that we can bring it back a second time in a row.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. I like that. Gotta get the back to back. I feel like in leagues like this too, it is really, really difficult to get back to back. We have just gotten confirmation that your opponents will be Juniata. You guys did fall to them in the regular season. Any fighting words heading into your matchup for next week?
To be honest, we are a bit nervous playing against them. They kind of slapped us last time. They're a very strong team, and we're definitely gonna try and have to adapt around their play style. And I've played with a few of them in my solo queue games, so hopefully I can learn a thing or two from how they play from there.
Hey, solo queue is one of the ways you could do some scouting. So congratulations again on the win, Kyler. And again, best of luck in your finals matchup next week against Juniata. Do you have any shout outs, any last words that you want to say for the stream before we close it out for the night?
Shout out to all our fans. I really appreciate everyone who's watching and supporting our games. Go you Ottawa.
Go you,
Go you,
Ottawa.
Ottawa.
Thank you so much, Kyler, again for your time. And once again, best of luck next week. With that, will be the end of our coverage here on the NECC. Hawk, again, it was a pleasure to be alongside you throughout this series. And I just hope that we get to see some more action once we get to finals week next week. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We'll see you all next time.
Wanna feel that real love from